Chapter 4999. 20 breaths had passed, and the wormhole channel had been expanding outward. It was already 80% complete, and until now the entire wormhole channel was still very stable. The two old monsters of the human race had already bloomed a bright smile on their faces. However, it was precisely at this moment that an unforeseen event that they had not expected at all suddenly, unexpectedly descended. Boom! Rumble, roar. The rumbling sound still continued, but suddenly, the wormhole channel that had slowed down suddenly expanded again. In the blink of an eye, it expanded by a large margin. Moreover, in the rumbling sound of thunder in the void, there was actually an earth-shaking roar, dry and harsh, like the screeching of metal. In just a moment, the wormhole channel expanded by 1/3 at an astonishing speed. Originally, it could only accommodate 8 giant stars like the immortal stars side by side, but now it could accommodate about 12. Even the original intention of the two old monsters of the human race was only to accommodate 10 giant stars like the immortal stars side by side. Now, the wormhole channel had reached 12 immortal stars side by side, which was considered to have exceeded their expectations. Moreover, even if the wormhole channel unexpectedly expanded by a large margin in an instant, it was still incomparably stable, and there were no signs that it was about to collapse. From this point of view, everything that happened in front of them should have been a surprise for them, because they had achieved their expectations. But, in fact, when all this accident happened, the two old monsters of the human race, who were sitting cross-legged in the void outside the edge of the Human Race Federation star field, were stunned at the same time, and then their faces changed dramatically. Their bodies shook violently, and they gasped in horror. What happened? Why did the wormhole channel suddenly expand so much? And that beast roar, how did it appear? Not only is the aura amazing, but it even sounds familiar. Do you also find it familiar? I also have the same feeling, and an extremely strong intuition shrouded my heart. Seemed to be in trouble. Roar! Screech. It was as if the Buddha was responding to their exclamations that were filled with endless bewilderment. Just as the two old fellows finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out from this planar wormhole passage that had stabilized after it expanded abruptly 10 billion miles ahead. Following closely behind was an extremely shrill and vicious howl. Regardless of whether it was the furious roar or the ruthless howl that followed it, they both sounded familiar, and they definitely came from the same existence, Shio. Rumble. When this incomparably shrill and ruthless howl faded away, a figure shot out from this stable wormhole that was connected to Universe 3. The sound of it breaking through the air was incomparably sharp, and the void rumbled with thunder. What rushed out of the wormhole was an incomparably gigantic mechanical beast. Its body was 500 million miles long, twice the size of the imperishable star. It stood on its hind legs, with a pair of giant metal mantis wings on its back. However, its head was like a beehive, with countless facets on it. A rival the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was that of a true heavenly Tao realm expert. When it came to this mechanical beast, the two late-stage 7th-stage old monsters at the edge of the Human Federation's star domain were first stunned, then their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled violently, and they were practically scared out of their wits. Heaven's mechanical beast? No, it wasn't a heavenly mystery beast. Mechanical beast? No, it wasn't a mechanical beast either. Heaven's the mechanical beast was about 400 million miles long. It was formed by the fusion of all the official members of the heavenly mystery race, as well as himself. Its cultivation level had already reached the true heavenly Tao realm, but in the recent battle in the Tianji stellar domain, the heavenly legacy beast's 6 mechanical arms had been blasted off. Pang Da's terrifying body that spanned over 400 million kilometers was left with a hole that was more than 50 million kilometers in diameter. Furthermore, it was pursued by D-Air's mechanical beast into the endless void turbulence. As for the mechanical beast, it was formed by the fusion of D-Air and all the official members of the mechanical race. It stood on its hind legs, with a pair of metal mantis blade-like wings on its back. Its body was only about 300 million miles long, and its cultivation was close to the true heavenly Tao realm. It could be said to be the strongest person under the heavenly Tao realm, and even the Magic Hall's master, Xian, was probably slightly inferior. However, it had yet to enter the true Heavenly Dao realm. During the final moments of the battle in the Heavenly Mystery Star domain, the main reason why it was able to chase after the Heavenly Mystery Beast was mainly because the Heavenly Mystery Beast had been severely injured by the Magic Hall's heaven-falling bow from Xian. At the end of the battle, the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast fled into the endless void turbulence. Regardless of who it was, the countless experts in the void fragment of the primordial world never expected that they would return one day. However, in fact, this scene had indeed happened. However, there was a high chance that it had something to do with the expansion of the wormhole by the two late-stage old monsters of the human race, connecting the third universe and the void fragment of the primordial world to form a parallel orbit. It was during the expansion of the wormhole that they had accidentally captured the aura of the void coordinates. That was why they had come all the way. First, the sudden loud bang and the sudden expansion of the wormhole by nearly 30% was caused by them tearing through the void and entering the extremely stable wormhole from the endless void turbulence. However, in fact, it was no longer suitable to use the word them to describe them. Dang! When the chase entered the endless void turbulence, the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast were indeed two independent existences. In fact, they were one, so it was them. However, right now, the thing that had just charged out of the wormhole that had completed its orbit with the third universe was clearly a whole entity. It was the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast. It was no longer two separate entities, but one that had fused into one. If one really had to call it, one could only call it. Previously, the Heavenly Mystery Beast was 400 million miles in size, while the Mechanical Beast was about 300 million miles in size. Now that the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast had fused into one, its size had reached 500 million miles in size. Such a terrifyingly huge body was definitely a supreme overlord in this untainted world fragment void. In addition, this new type of Mechanical Beast, which was formed by the fusion of the Celestial Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast, must have been the fusion of DE and D-Air. No matter who had swallowed whom, the fusion of the two was an indisputable fact. Therefore, up until now, it was most appropriate to call this terrifying beast that was the fusion of DE and D-Air, the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast, and even the entire Heavenly Mystery Race and the Mechanical Beast, the Emperor Beast. Roar! At this moment, as it finally escaped from the endless void turbulence and returned to the fragment of the untainted world, the enormous Emperor Beast raised its head and let out another shocking roar, which was filled with endless madness. Chapter 5000. Roar. The next moment, as it escaped from the endless void turbulence and returned to the void fragment of the Eldritch universe, the Archbeast raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing an endless sense of madness. The invisible pressure emitted by this roar made the two Huang Zun old monsters of the Human Federation tremble. Their hearts were in their throats, but in the endless fear in their eyes, there was clearly hope and expectation. The Archbeast was 500 million miles in size. Even a giant star was like a small dot in front of it. It walked on two legs with 4 arms and 2 legs. On its back was a pair of huge mechanical wings that looked like a mantis blade. This pair of wings was a characteristic of mechanical beasts, and its head was a combination of countless facets that looked like a beehive. This was a characteristic of the Celestial Mystery Beast. The Archbeast was the amalgamation of a mechanical beast and a celestial mystery beast. It was the culmination of the entire celestial mystery race and the entire mechanical race. Its appearance meant that between DE and D-Air, one had already been devoured by the other. The reason why there was a strong sense of expectation and hope in the eyes of the two old guys of the Human Race Federation was because of this. D-Air was a high-ranking member of the Human Race Federation, and previously, he had been in charge of the Federation's affairs. His relationship with these two old guys was quite harmonious. Therefore, if the Archbeast's appearance was formed because D-Air had devoured D's celestial mystery beast, then to the Human Race Federation, it was simply great news. After the amalgamation, This mechanical beast was now a true heavenly Tao realm existence. It was even stronger than the celestial mystery beast that had not completely stabilized its realm before. If it was really Devourer, the crisis that the Human Race Federation was currently facing would be instantly resolved. It could even leap to become the undisputed supreme overlord of this void fragment of the Eldritch universe. Even the magic hall would flee at the sight of him. Thinking of this, the two old men suddenly became excited. In their opinion, although there was a certain probability that this Emperor Beast was DE, the probability was less than 30%. After all, the state of DE's Heaven Mystery Beast at that time was obvious to all. He was chased into the endless turbulent void by Devaurer's mechanical beast. From this point alone, the probability of Devourer devouring DE is at least 60% to 70%. Just then, the Emperor Beast in the void in the distance raised its head again and let out another earth-shattering roar. Then, its gigantic strange head slowly turned and looked at the edge of the Human Federation's star domain. Maureen's incomparably deep voice rang out, filled with boundless ferocity. The Human Federation, huh? Who would have thought that there would be such a coincidence? That's fine too. Today, I'll destroy it while I'm at it. Hearing these words, the two desolate elders of the human clan trembled violently. They were so frightened that they almost fell to the ground. It was clearly De's voice. The dead Devourer was too useless. At that time, he was the one who chased D into the endless void. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be devoured by D? When this desperate thought surfaced in their minds, the gigantic Emperor Beast in the void in front of them had already rushed over with a shake of its body. DE, I won't let you succeed. You want to harm the Human Federation? Don't even think about it. Right at this moment, the Emperor Beast suddenly raised its head and roared angrily, followed by Devaurer's divine sense voice. Following this, the Emperor Beast, which was rumbling over, suddenly turned around and rushed in another direction. This was a supreme existence that had stepped into the true heavenly path realm. Its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. While, at the edge of the Human Federation's star domain, the two desolate elders of the human clan, who had almost fainted on the spot, stood there with their mouths wide open. They were completely stunned. Xianxia was unaware of everything that had happened in the outside world. At this moment, he was in the cave-dwelling star deep in the rising sun-forbidden land. The seven gorgeous cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru had already entered the magic hall to continue their seclusion. During this period of time, Xianxia had calmed down and adjusted his state of mind. His state of mind had also undergone a small sublimation. Now, he had once again welcomed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Swish, 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 he arrived at the back mountain of the cave-dwelling star. With a wave of his hand, Shinnong's treasured cauldron appeared. Xianxia stepped in and sat down at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Immediately after, a large number of faint air-piercing sounds could be heard. Rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. All these were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. They included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and other top-grade cultivation resources. They emitted an incomparably dense energy aura. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia did not hesitate at all. Soon, all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of an infant's fist by the power of the Shinnong cauldron's field. They were all swallowed into his stomach and quickly dissolved. Rumble! Almost in the next instant, the clanking sound of chains came from his body, and a majestic energy river was formed. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it spread out and started to circulate continuously until it was completely refined. This, when the energy river disappeared from Xianxia's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body, an unknown amount of time had passed. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. With a thought, he only needed to charge once to break the shackles. Next, in the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the ancient Dongshu mantra has broken through. Current realm, Third Order Supreme Primordial Level. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the physical body's Qi and blood realm has broken through. Current realm, Third Order Supreme Primordial Level. Third Order Supreme Primordial Level. His cultivation had broken through again. This was the peak of the early stage Supreme Primordial Level. With one more step, he would enter the mid-stage Supreme Primordial Level. However, Yi Xian did not feel too happy. He had already known everything. Even if he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape again after this breakthrough and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would still only be at the peak of the 9th Order Supreme Primordial Level. Of course, after the breakthrough, his battle strength would definitely be stronger than before. However, no matter how strong he was, there was still a fine line between him and the true heavenly Tao realm. This was a situation that could no longer be changed. As the primordial desolate apocalypse's full awakening process deepened, he would never be able to penetrate that barrier without obtaining the recognition of the primordial heavenly Tao in this primordial world fragment. He would never be able to step into the true heavenly Tao realm. Even so, when it was time to break through, Yi Xian still had to break through. He could not slack off because he would not be able to stay here for long. Soon, all the subordinates of the magic hall in the forbidden land of the rising sun would follow him into the primordial chaos starfield. Once he entered, it would be time for Yi Xian to explode. Chapter 5001. The Human Federation, in the void outside the edge of the star field. Although there was an accident, the plan of the 2 desolate supremes of the Human Federation still succeeded. Now, in the void in front of the Human Federation star field, there was a huge wormhole entrance. Its diameter was so big that it could allow 12 giant stars the size of undying stars to enter side by side. This was beyond the expectations of this wormhole. It had already exceeded the original expectations of the 2 old monsters of the human race. Moreover, this giant wormhole channel that had achieved a parallel orbit with the 3rd universe was incomparably stable. At this moment, as the autarch beast that had unexpectedly returned was far away, the 2 desolate supremes of the Human Federation came back to their senses after a while. When they looked around, there were fleets and battleships of different sizes in the void far away. They were shooting towards the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared from. These fleets and battleships were originally scouts of the Human Federation's star field. They were scouts from small and medium-sized factions that were secretly observing the Human Federation's movements. However, now, in the wormhole that the Human Federation had built, a level autarch beast that was suspected to be the fusion of DE and D-Air had rushed out. Apart from being shocked, they were also puzzled. Although they were frightened as scouts, it was impossible for them not to investigate when they encountered such a shocking change. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain themselves when they returned. Exactly because of this, these scout fleets from various factions swarmed in the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared. Although the autarch beast was terrifying and had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm, as long as they kept a distance, they should be able to ensure their safety. They actually knew their limits. To the autarch beast, they were probably not even real ants. How could an existence at the level of the autarch beast target them? Only if they did not take the initiative to provoke it, they would definitely be fine. Of course, not all of the scout fleets rushed in the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared. A small portion of them separated from the scout fleets. Only a small number of battleships rushed in all directions. These battleships were obviously returning to the clans and forces behind them, reporting everything that happened here as soon as possible. How without a doubt, as the news spread, the autarch beast's return would definitely cause an uproar in this vast void fragment of the primordial world and completely fall into chaos. At this moment, the 2 desolate supremes of the Human Federation were still standing in the void outside the Federation's star field. They had just recovered from their shock. Looking into the distance, they saw that the scout fleets of the small and medium-sized factions had disappeared at the end of their vision. The 2 old fellows exchanged glances, frowning, and fell into deep thought. They had naturally seen the situation just now. Yes, for the Human Federation, everything that happened later could be said to be a mixture of sorrow and joy. The Emperor the Beast had returned. Furthermore, this Empyrean beast was the amalgamation of a heavenly legacy beast and a mechanical beast. It was much larger in size and its cultivation level was much stronger. It had already stabilized its cultivation at the heavenly Tao realm. However, its own state was obviously somewhat unstable. Just now, the Emperor Beast's divine consciousness voices came out one after another from De and De-Air's mouth. An autarch. Obviously, E and De-Air were trying to devour each other and completely gain control of the autarch beast. This situation was like having two primordial spirits enter the body of a living creature and start a primordial spirit war. No matter which one was possessed, as long as one could hold on to the end, he would be considered the winner. The one who lost would lose his consciousness forever. It was equivalent to having his body and soul destroyed. To the two old fellows, they naturally hoped that the winner would be De-Air. However, this matter was hard to say. Even if they were desolate supremes in the late stage of the 7th rank, they could not interfere. They did not have the qualifications to do so. It seems that we have to prepare for both scenarios. After some thought, one of the old fellows raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "If De-Air succeeds, it'll be fine. Of course, everyone will be happy. To the Human Federation, it's a huge advantage. Everything will be reversed because of this. But if De wins, with his hatred for the Human Federation and De-Air, De's first target will not be the Magic Hall, but the Human Federation. Not only is the autarch beast a true heavenly path realm expert, but it has also stabilized its cultivation in this realm. If De wins and the autarch beast attacks, I'm afraid we won't have much time to prepare. Therefore, we should let the various forces in the Federation prepare to retreat. Once the news is confirmed that the winner is De, immediately let them enter the wormhole at the edge of the star field and return to the third universe first." At this point, another old monster of the human race took over and nodded in agreement. When the time comes, although the autarch beast can still enter the wormhole and chase us all the way to the third universe's realm, he most likely won't do that. After all, there are other enemies in the void of this eldritch world fragment, including the Magic Hall, which also made De invincible. During the battle in the Tianji star field, if not for the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian's Skyfall Bao, everything that happened later would not have happened. Therefore, it's very likely that he will temporarily abandon the Human Federation and rush to the Magic Hall to prevent Yi Xian from escaping. Whoosh! Whoosh! After making the decision, the two old fellows immediately raised their hands and waved out a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, it entered the Human Federation's star field in front of them. They were giving orders to the dozen or so primordial era experts in the Human Federation to immediately take action and prepare for a full retreat. As for the two of them, they naturally couldn't stay put in this special situation. After looking at each other, they nodded slightly and turned into two streaks of light, shooting toward the void in the distance where the Emperor Beast had disappeared. They would pay close attention to everything that happened on the Emperor Beast. Once the final result of the electronic consciousness battle between De and De-Air was confirmed, they would immediately take corresponding measures. Star the Sky Alliance. A month ago, the Blood Serpent, Azure Pang, and Battle Lion ancestral lands were awakened from their slumber. Since then, the Star Alliance had fallen into a state of tranquility. Not even the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Rumble. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the void in the distance. This was the sound of the warship's kinetic energy cabin being opened to the maximum. Looking around, the Star Alliance's scout fleet, composed of hundreds of small starry fortresses, was heading in this direction. They didn't slow down even when they reached the edge of the star field. They rushed directly into the star field, revealing a trace of undisguised panic. Chapter 5002. Rumble, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A Star Alliance scout fleet made up of more than 100 small fortresses was heading their way. The earth-shattering rumbles grew louder and louder. It was the sound of the warship's kinetic energy cabins operating at maximum capacity. They didn't slow down even when they reached the edge of the galaxy. Instead, they rushed straight into the center of the galaxy, revealing a hint of panic. The scout fleet had just received news of what had happened outside of the Terran Federation's galaxy. The fleet's higher-ups were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to stop for even a moment and hurried back as quickly as they could. For example, today, the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans' ancestral lands had all awakened from their slumber. There were more than 200 of them in total. For example, among them, there were dozens of primordial great experts on the same level as the blood-devouring warlion. There were also 18 primordial supremes who were stronger than him. However, these masters and desolate masters had only just awoken from their slumber by the bloodthirsty lion. Therefore, after completing the connection between the Second Universe and the Star Alliance's galaxy, they returned to their respective planets and went into seclusion again. Of course, this kind of slumber was completely different from the one in the ancestral lands. It was shallow and could be awakened at any time. For example, since they had just awoken, they didn't know the details of the Chaos Fragment. Therefore, the bloodthirsty lion was still in charge of the Star Alliance. 2 desolate supremacies and 9 almighties stayed in the Alliance star sector and did not enter seclusion to manage the Alliance's affairs. For example, today, as soon as the Star Alliance's scout fleet entered the Alliance, the commander of the fleet rushed out from the flagship and streaked across the sky toward the living planet where the Alliance's Great Hall was located. For example, at this time, there were 11 figures sitting in the hall. There were 3 primordial masters from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. For example, the other 3 were primordial masters from the Blood Dragon and Green Rock clans. In addition, the bloodthirsty lion also possessed the strength of a desolate master under the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. Rebuke, the commander of the fleet, rushed into the main hall and immediately reported everything that happened in the Human Race Federation. The blood-devouring warlion, the 12 powerful figures, and Huang Zun were stunned when they heard this. Then, their expressions changed drastically, and they gasped in shock. They all exclaimed in shock, "What? The return of the autarch beast? How could this be? Damn it, this is clearly the work of those 2 old guys from the Human Federation. If they hadn't forcibly expanded the wormhole passage and made it parallel to the plane of Universe 3, how could the Emperor Beast that entered the endless turbulent void catch its aura and return? The situation doesn't look good. Although the Empyrean Beast isn't in good condition, with D Air and D Yi's electronic consciousnesses still in the process of devouring each other, the Empyrean Beast's body has already fused. Its injuries have all healed, and the fact that it has completely stabilized at the Heavenly Tao realm cannot be denied. This can be seen from its size of more than 500 million miles. Now that this Empyrean Beast has fused with a mechanical beast, it must be even more powerful. Our Starry Sky Federation will definitely not be able to resist. Our situation is different from that of the Human Federation. If D-Air wins, the Human Federation will have a complete turnaround. However, for our Starry Sky Federation, regardless of whether DE or D-Air wins, the result will be the same. I'm afraid that sooner or later, they will come knocking on our door. At this point, the 12 old monsters in the main hall exchanged glances. They were all worried. Ding. The huge main hall of the Alliance fell into silence. After a few seconds, the blood-devouring warlion's eyes flashed. He turned to look at the 9 powerful figures sitting on the left and right of the main hall. He immediately ordered, "The 9 of you will stay in the Alliance's star field and inform everyone to prepare to evacuate immediately. Once the order is given, you must enter the plane channel immediately and evacuate from this eldritch world fragment void." After saying that, he turned to the 2 desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan and said, "My 2 friends, the 3 of us will go out for a walk. This is a serious matter. We can't just sit here and wait for news." Fortunately, although the Empyrean Beast is powerful, it now has D and D-Air's electronic consciousnesses in its body. They are constantly fighting each other and have fallen into a state of madness. In this state, its threat has been reduced to the lowest level. It can even be said that it is far inferior to the Empyrean Beast before its realm stabilized. As long as we keep a certain distance, hide our auras, and follow it from afar. In terms of safety, there should be no problem. The 2 desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan obviously had no objection to this and nodded immediately. Whoosh, whoosh. Once the decision was made, the three old monsters didn't pause for even a moment. They leaped into the air and left the Alliance's Grand Hall. They rushed out of the vast starfield occupied by the Star Alliance and headed in the direction of the Human Federation. At the same time, in the Alliance of 10,000 Races. At this moment, in the Alliance Hall of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, more than 20 figures were secretly discussing this matter. They had just received the news about the Human Federation. Then, more than 20 desolate venerables and supreme masters of the ancients who were not in seclusion and were in charge of handling the affairs of the Alliance in the star field immediately began to discuss. The ancestors of each era that the Alliance of 10,000 Races had awakened this time were from the Space Rat Clan, the Hell Ant Clan, the Giant Ferocious Clan, and the Evil Slime Clan. Therefore, the people in charge of the affairs of the Alliance in the Alliance Hall were the higher-ups of these four clans. For each of the clans had 5 desolate venerables and 1 supreme master of the ancients. In total, there were 24 figures. At present, the Alliance of 10,000 Races was facing a similar situation as the Starfield Alliance. The strength of the Emperor Beast worried them deeply because no matter whether D or D Air won in the end, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. They would have to face it sooner or later. However, compared to the Human Federation and the Magic Hall, the Alliance of 10,000 Races was in a better situation. They wouldn't be the first target of the Emperor Beast. But now that the situation had changed, it was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. Therefore, after some discussion, the higher-ups of the Alliance in the Alliance Hall immediately made the same decision as the blood-devouring lion. The 20 desolate venerables stayed in the star field and immediately made preparations to evacuate. The other 4 supreme masters of the ancients immediately rushed to the star field where the Emperor Beast resided. They concealed their auras and closely observed the situation from afar. They had to ensure that if any new changes occurred, the headquarters of the Alliance of 10,000 Races could respond in the shortest time possible. Whoosh, whoosh. After reaching an agreement, the 4 desolate elders immediately stood up. Without any hesitation, they leaped up and left the Life Star where the Alliance Palace was located. The first thing they did was to rush out of the star field and head towards the direction of the Human Federation. Chapter 5003. In the depths of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, inside Yi Xian's cavern star. Whoosh! After ending his seclusion, Yi Xian opened his eyes and stepped out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body. Just as he was about to step into the black magic hall on the peak of the towering mountain, a long howl suddenly echoed from outside the cavern star. "Awo!" It was clearly Old Pig's voice. Yi Xian paused and frowned slightly. He turned around and shot out of the cauldron star. The old man was clearly calling him. If there was no major event, he would not have done so. In the next instant, Yi Xian's figure passed through the atmosphere of the cauldron star and arrived in the void of the star region. There were not many figures outside the void. Other than Old Pig, there were only the black-robed desolate sovereign and primordial porcupine from the Alliance of the Remnants. They were all desolate sovereigns, or under the state of 9 transformations of the demonic pig, they had the combat strength of a desolate sovereign. Logically speaking, even if there was a major event in the outside world, they would not be worried. But in fact, whether it was the black-robed desolate sovereign, primordial porcupine, or even Old Pig who was a half-step into the heavenly Tao realm, they were all looking at Yi Xian with a worried expression. Did the Human Federation do something again? Did they learn from the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races and awaken the champions of various eras in the depths of the Undying Star, the 10 Ultimate Sky Palaces, and the Temple of Glory? Yi Xian already knew about everything that happened in the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races more than a month ago before he went into seclusion, but he did not take it to heart. No, after that, the Human Federation did not take any action, and Yi Xian was too lazy to care, so he entered the farmer god cauldron for seclusion. But, in fact, he was quite interested in the subsequent actions of the Human Federation. To be precise, he was interested in the 10 Ultimate Sky Palaces and the Human Federation of Glory deep in the depths of the Undying Star. In among all the forces and races in the 3 main planes of the universe, the The two human camps and the myriad net federation had always had the deepest foundation. As the core ancestral grounds of the three factions, the Temple of Glory and the Temple of 10 Ultimates in the depths of the indestructible star would definitely have many superior beings and barren supremacies slumbering within. Yi Xian really wanted to confirm the approximate number of people and their strength levels. However, reality clearly left him greatly disappointed. This time, the two barren Zun monsters who were keeping watch in the Human Federation did not awaken the latent powers of their race that were slumbering in the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace and the Temple of Glory. Those two old fellows merely expanded the wormhole passage 10 billion kilometers away from the star field by more than 10 times and successfully merged with the plane of Universe 3. The old pig spirit took over the conversation and suddenly sighed. However, there was a huge accident in the process. It can even be said that those two old fellows have gotten themselves into big trouble this time. Yi Xian did a double take at how serious his words were, his expression turning somber as well. The divine beast and the mecha beast have returned. To be precise, it is only an autark beast that returned. Since it is a fusion between DE and D-Air, it is called the autark beast. This autark beast is over 500 million kilometers in size, walking on 2 legs and 4 arms. It has a pair of mechanical mantis wings on its back, while its head is a giant beehive-shaped polyhedron like the divine beast. If I'm not mistaken, the mechanical beast chased after the Heaven's Legacy Beast into the endless void turbulence and devoured the Heaven's Legacy Beast. Then, the two mechanical beasts fused and formed the current autark beast. When it was exiled in the endless void turbulence, the two idiots from the Human Federation expanded the wormhole passage, which happened to be close to the void where it was located. Its aura was captured, so it locked onto its coordinates and entered the wormhole passage. After rushing out, it returned to the void of this eldritch world fragment. This autark beast's body is not damaged at all. Not only does it have the cultivation of the heavenly path realm, but its aura is solid. Clearly, its realm has been stabilized, but there is still a big problem with its consciousness that has not been resolved. The old pig spirit shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now, DE and D-Air's electronic consciousness are all in this autark beast's body. They are fighting for control of the autark beast's body and devouring each other, but all of this is not over yet. It seems to be in a stalemate, and no one has the upper hand. Sometimes, DE's consciousness takes the lead, and sometimes it becomes D-Air's consciousness. Therefore, this autark beast seems to have gone mad. It is now wreaking havoc in the void of the universe not far from the Human Federation. That place is already in a mess. According to the intelligence, the two old guys from the Human Federation have secretly followed it. It is the same for the Alliance of 10,000 Races and the Star Alliance. A few desolate supremacies have been dispatched. They have restrained their auras and are following the autark beast from afar, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Moreover, as the autark beast has now stabilized its cultivation of the heavenly path realm, when it wreaks havoc in the void, it often punches out, causing a large part of the void of the universe to collapse instantly. Although it will quickly recover under the influence of the power of the void laws, but such a movement is after all too big, and it happens again and again. Such a situation has most likely attracted the attention of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Now, in this vast and boundless void of the eldritch world fragment, the invisible power of the heavenly path law is rapidly increasing. Old Pig has a very strong hunch that the primeval Heaven's Eye will take advantage of this opportunity to take action. If something goes wrong, the current situation of the heavenly path law in the outside world means that the moment when the eldritch world will fully descend is coming. In the void, the invisible power of the heavenly path law is skyrocketing. Hearing this situation, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He subconsciously exclaimed softly, and then fell into deep thought. Old Pig was now at the peak of the desolate supremacy, at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th rank, which was half a step into the heavenly path. His judgment of the invisible skyrocketing power of the heavenly path in the outside world should not be wrong. If so, the primeval Heaven's Eye might really want to take advantage of this opportunity to push the eldritch world to fully descend. In other words, the real eldritch world could descend at any time. It looks like we have to speed up the progress. At this point, Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to look at Old Pig, Primordial Porcupine, and the black-robed Desolate Supremacy. He exhorted, "This matter is of great importance. I have to go out and take a look. I have to grasp the situation immediately and respond in time. As for the three of you, stay behind in the Magic Hall. Immediately inform the 6 Magic Hall legions and all the subordinates of the Magic Hall to immediately store all the resources in the star, or transfer them to the battleships or battleships. Once I give the order, the Magic Hall will be fully relocated." Chapter 5004. Swish! With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, Xian waved his hand and a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it entered the cave star and disappeared. He was the one who woke up the 7 gorgeous cultivators and asked them to store all the resources in Xian's cave star into the Black Magic Hall. Black the Lustful Demon Hall was personally refined by Xian, and it was similarly a primordial treasure that contains space within it. Currently, he'd temporarily handed over the control of this Black Palace to the corpse ancestor, Hanba, of the 7 great gorgeous cultivators. Moreover, there was a special imprint in that ray of light. Once this imprint was activated, the Black Palace would soar into the air and fly towards the star vortex passage that Xian had concealed with a formation that led to the primordial void. The specific coordinates of the star vortex passage into the primordial void have been given to Hanba. After doing all this, Xian turned to look at Old Pig and the other 2 and reminded them again, "Once there is a change in the Emperor Beast, I will immediately send a message back. At that time, the Black Magic Hall will rise into the air. You will lead all the subordinates of the 6 legions of the Magic Hall to follow closely behind and quickly enter through the Star Vortex Passage. After entering, you can't walk out. The Star Vortex Passage will automatically hide. Once someone walks out, this passage will be exposed. In addition, after entering the primordial void, don't be too ostentatious. Old Pig, take them to the star field where the Source Nest base is located and hide in a secluded place. After I return, I will deal with the rest." After saying that, Xian did not stay any longer. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, heading towards the Human Race Federation. Boom! Rumble! In a cosmic void more than 200 billion miles away from the Human Race Federation, an earth-shattering boom resounded. It shook the void so much that it seemed to tremble slightly. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was frightening, and it could be said that the wind was howling and the crane was howling. There were many planets with life in this star field, so many small and medium-sized forces chose to live here. Among these small and medium-sized forces, there were some small tribes of survivors, some groups of ferocious beasts, and some groups and forces from the 3 main planes of the universe. Some of the smaller races and forces only occupied 3 to 5 life stars, while some of the bigger races and forces had more than 1,000 life stars. Chen compared to the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, the Human Federation, and the Demon Palace, the forces of these planets were on a completely different level. In fact, there was no comparison at all. In reality, the scale of their influence was not small. But now, in this star field that was hundreds of billions of miles wide, regardless of whether it was the small forces or the middle-sized forces that sat on more than 1,000 life stars, all of them were trembling without exception. Looking around in the life stars in the void, there were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, battleships of survivors, and ferocious beasts rushing out of the atmosphere of the stars. One like monkeys scattering when the tree falls, they spread out in all directions of the void with a sense of desperation. The reason for this was that the Emperor Beast, who had just returned from the endless turbulent void, had left the area where the Human Federation was located not long ago and had madly destroyed everything along the way. Now, it happened to be at the edge of this star field. Roar! D-Air, don't be so stubborn. You can't swallow me. You and I are of the same race. Why do you have to struggle so hard for the Human Federation? In the left area of the star field's edge, an earth-shattering roar came, followed closely by Di's incomparably violent voice of divine consciousness. There was an invisible sense of oppression that made one's heart tremble. This was The oppression of the heavenly way. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, boom, boom. As the voice of this divine consciousness sounded, among the experts who were fleeing in all directions in the void, some of the weaker ones immediately exploded, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Both there were experts from the human tribe, as well as experts from other races from the three main planes of the starry sky, as well as survivors of the remote antiquity and ferocious beasts of the starry sky. Even some of the nearby battleships, fortresses, and even the starry sky fortresses and battleships of the remnants could not withstand the terrifying pressure of the way of heaven emitted by Di Yi's roar. They exploded in the void and turned into fireballs of different sizes. As far as the eye could see, the entire expanse of space that covered an area of a few 100 billion kilometers had fallen into complete chaos. Blood and flames drifted through space and could be seen everywhere. This scene was simply like the true end of the world had arrived, and everyone was filled with terror. Roar! Boom! Clatter! The next moment, the Emperor Beast raised its head again and let out another earth-shattering roar. Among its 4 terrifying arms, which were like pillars supporting the sky, one of them blasted toward the void in front of it on the right side. There happened to be more than a dozen life stars in this area. At this moment, the Emperor Beast punched from hundreds of millions of miles away in the void and turned them into powder in an instant. No. Even so, even the void of the universe, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide around these life stars, fell into a complete collapse because of this. There was a strange sound like the roar of huge waves. A deep void like a black hole appeared in that area in an instant, and endless void turbulence spread out and burst in all directions. Although this kind of fake black hole formed by the sudden bombardment of external forces would quickly repair itself under the influence of the power of the void law, this scene was too shocking. In the nearby void, countless experts who were fleeing for their lives were scared out of their wits. At this moment, the 2 old guys from the Human Federation were hiding in the void far away. They had concealed their auras and were hiding in the void of the universe tens of billions of kilometers away, observing everything closely and anxiously. The 3 desolate venerables from the Star Alliance and the blood-devouring lion, as well as the 4 old guys from the Alliance of 10,000 races, were also doing the same. In addition, the scout fleets of some small and medium-sized forces from other star areas were also watching everything from a distance in the void of the universe at least hundreds of billions of miles away. Without exception, all of them opened their mouths wide, and their eyes emitted extremely intense fear. Even their bodies were trembling violently uncontrollably. They had followed the Emperor Beast from the star area occupied by the Human Federation to here, and they had seen too much of this scene happening in front of them. Even more so. As for the pattern that they had figured out. Generally speaking, when the Emperor Beast roared at the sky and punched in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse, the consciousness that controlled the Emperor Beast's body was almost always D. If Devourer had seized control of the body, he would never have done this. All of this seemed to be without rhyme or reason, but D must have a purpose for doing so. No matter what it was, it made people's hearts turn cold. These scouts had a very strong intuition that this unexpected turn of events was really going to pierce through the sky. Chapter 5005. Roar! Boom! Walala! As the Emperor Beast raised its head again, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Among its 4 terrifying arms that were like pillars that supported the sky, one of them blasted towards the void on the right in front of it. In an instant, a few more planets with life, along with the countless lives on the planets, were completely reduced to dust by the force of this punch. They were completely annihilated. Even more so, even the cosmic void around the planets, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide, fell into a complete collapse as a result. There was a strange sound that sounded like the roar of huge waves. A deep void that was like a black hole appeared in the entire area. Endless void turbulence spread out and burst out in all directions. In the short 2 days since the Emperor Beast's return, such a scene had happened many times. Ding! The Emperor Beast roared at the sky and punched in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse. The consciousness that controlled the Emperor Beast's body could be determined to be D. If Devourer had seized control of the body, he would definitely not have done so. Such a situation was indeed strange, but if one thought about it carefully, it was not difficult to understand the reason behind it. Ded and Devourer seemed to be in a state of fair competition. The two of them had the same body, and it was like a possession. In this shared body, they exercised control of the body and at the same time, waited for an opportunity to devour each other's electronic consciousness, but in fact, this so-called fairness might have existed in the endless void turbulence previously. However, with the Emperor Beast's unexpected return to this primordial world fragment void, the so-called fairness disappeared in an instant. This primordial world fragment void was the main fragment of the primordial world that had been shattered in an unprecedented battle. Here, the primeval heaven's eye was the embodiment of the will of the heavenly Tao and controlled the complete power of the heavenly Tao. Previously, Devourer had tried to fuse all their people with the mechanical beasts to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. However, the result was completely different. The second failed and was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. In fact, at the most critical moment, an avatar of the primeval heaven's eye had descended, and he had been severely injured. However, Di was different. The heavenly Tao went easy on him, allowing the heaven's legacy beast he fused with to successfully step into the true heavenly Tao realm. He became the only heavenly Tao realm expert in the primordial world fragment's void apart from the primeval heaven's eye that was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will. Only based on this point, it could already explain the relationship between De and the eye of the heavenly way. Among them, there should be a factor of Xingbo. But the specific reason was not important at all. What was important was that this was the home ground of the green eye of the heavens, and De and the green eye of the heavens were in cahoots. Therefore, the return of the Emperor Beast was equivalent to De returning to his home ground. As such, there was naturally no such thing as fairness. However, the green eye of the way of the heavens of the untainted land seemed to be busy with other arrangements recently. For example, the green eye of the way of the heavens 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 seemed to be busy with other arrangements. Now that the Emperor Beast had returned to the primordial world fragment's void, the primeval heavens eye did not immediately descend or make any kind of reaction. Based on this point alone, it was enough to show that it was still busy with other things. It was even possible that it did not pay attention to the situation in this fragment's void for the time being. Therefore, every time he obtained control of the Emperor Beast's body, he would not hesitate to use all his strength. He punched again and again, aimlessly bombarding the void around him. His purpose was to stir up as much commotion as possible in this fragment's void to attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. While once he succeeded and attracted the attention of the primeval heaven's eye, even if it was only a doppelganger of the heavenly way's eye that descended, it would be enough for Devourer, who was fighting with him for control of the Emperor Beast's body, would be defeated in an instant. He would be suppressed invisibly and unwillingly, completely devoured by De. After thinking about it for a while, he did not want to guess all of this. Moreover, with Yi Xian's understanding of De, he completely understood everything in a short time. At this moment, Yi Xian was also in this void. However, he had also concealed his figure and restrained all of his aura. He stood in the void tens of billions of miles away and watched from a distance. Previously, after leaving the forbidden area where the demon palace was located, Yi Xian had immediately rushed over. With his current cultivation and strength, he had rushed over from the forbidden area of the rising sun. Although the journey was long, he had already arrived in a short period of time. In fact, the two old monsters from the Human Federation, the blood-devouring lion and the other two from the Star Alliance, and the 4 desolate Zun old monsters from the Alliance of 10,000 races did not escape Yi Xian's perception. Although they had concealed themselves, the current Yi Xian could definitely be said to be the strongest existence under the heavenly Tao realm. His spiritual sense quietly extended and confirmed their location. He didn't even alarm these old fellows. As for Yi Xian himself, he was using the perfect oscillation psyche force mystic technique to conceal his figure and aura. Even De and Devourer, who were busy fighting for control of the autarch beast's body and devouring the other party's electronic consciousness, could not sense Yi Xian's existence, let alone the few desolate Zun old monsters. At this moment, looking at the chaos in the void in front of him and sensing the aura of the few desolate Zun old monsters, Yi Xian fell into a gloomy hesitation for a moment. In front of him was an excellent opportunity. He could take the opportunity to kill a few more desolate Zun realm astral beasts and collect a few more drops of desolate Zun blood essence. He could also secretly send the electronic consciousness avatar formed by fusing all of the 4 heavenly kings' electronic consciousness into the autarch beast. When it was unprepared, he could devour D&D air and seize control of the autarch beast's body. It was as though he had picked up a heavenly Dao realm avatar out of thin air. However, it was also possible to have both. For example, first, he could launch a sneak attack and kill the few desolate Zun old monsters from the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. He could collect the blood mist from the explosion of their bodies to refine the desolate Zun blood essence, and then plot to obtain the autarch beast's body, or he could first quietly send the electronic consciousness avatar formed by fusing all of the 4 heavenly kings' electronic consciousness into the autarch beast's body. When it was unprepared, he could devour D&D air and seize control of the autarch beast's body. Then he could attack the few desolate Zun old monsters from the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. These 2 choices each had their own pros and cons, and they were both related to each other. There were both benefits and disadvantages, and it was extremely likely that other accidents would occur. Even Yi Xian didn't know what to do for a moment. He frowned and fell into deep thought. After a few breaths, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he finally made the final decision. He turned and looked ahead. Chapter 5006. The so-called electronic life form, whether it was an official member of the machinery race or the Tianji race, was actually just a string of mutated data that possessed intelligence and self-awareness. Like the souls of flesh and blood, it was also a very mysterious existence. Ordinary members of the machinery race and the Tianji race were still too weak, so the string of mutated data that represented their existence could not be differentiated. Therefore, it was unique. But, as it grew stronger, this string of data that possessed intelligence and self-awareness had the ability to differentiate. Just like when a soul was split, no matter how many there were, it was still itself. The reason why DE could split into billions of clones was because the string of mutated data that represented his existence was already extremely powerful. Yi Xian's electronic avatar originally only had a strand of electronic data. However, after devouring large amounts of electronic data from the Tianji race and official members of the machinery race, it was like devouring large amounts of souls, strengthening his own soul. Therefore, he also had the ability to split into billions of clones. Now, his electronic avatar had split into 4 and was residing in the bodies of Heavenly King Ti Hun, Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, Heavenly King Su Kong, and Heavenly King Time. But, in fact, if necessary, the 4 heavenly kings could disintegrate at any time and transform into tens of millions of mechanical battle beasts. When that time came, every strand of electronic consciousness that resided in these mechanical battle beasts would actually be Yi Xian. However, the more they split, the weaker the electronic avatar's strength would be. But, now, he needed to inject the electronic avatar, which was also the string of mutated data that represented his electronic life form, into the archbeast's body and lay dormant, waiting for an opportunity to finally devour DE and D Air's electronic consciousness. From there, he would seize control of the archbeast's body and obtain a mechanical battle beast that had truly entered the heavenly Dao realm. Under such circumstances, it was naturally better for his electronic avatar to be as condensed as possible. But, at this time, in the undying world within Yi Xian's body, the 4 heavenly kings were lined up in a row in the void, motionless. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! With a thought, a beam of light shot out from the glabellas of the 4 heavenly kings. These 4 beams of light were the electronic consciousnesses that had entered the 4 heavenly kings' bodies. Blinking, in the blink of an eye, the 4 beams of light merged into one in the void, transforming into a gray dot of light that was only the size of a thumb. It looked extremely obscure and unremarkable. Buzz! In the next instant, the undying world buzzed, and a formless spiritual energy shot out, enveloping the gray dot of light in an instant. Yes, with the support of this spiritual energy, Yi Xian's electronic consciousness immediately activated the perfect oscillation spiritual energy secret technique. In the blink of an eye, the originally inconspicuous gray dot disappeared. Even its aura could no longer be sensed. Now, Yi Xian was the strongest expert beneath the Heavenly Dao realm. Even a true Heavenly Dao realm expert might not be able to sense him when he fully activated his psyche power mystic technique. That alone was enough to ensure that the electronic consciousness, which had concealed its traces and aura, could enter the Emperor Beast's body without a sound. After everything was done, the electronic consciousness immediately rushed out of Yi Xian's body. It didn't emit any aura at all as it shot through the void toward the space where the Emperor Beast was standing billions of kilometers away. Although, the primeval heavens, I wasn't paying attention to this place yet, but Di had been working hard all this while. Under such circumstances, it was hard to say when the heavenly Dao's eye would suddenly descend. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't have much time left. He had to act as soon as possible, according to Yi Xian's calculations, as long as his electronic clone could successfully enter the Emperor Beast's body and lay dormant there, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Then, it wouldn't be a big problem to eventually devour Di and Di-Air's electronic consciousnesses and seize control of the Emperor Beast's body. The chances of success were at least 80%. Bihi's electronic consciousness had already devoured the electronic consciousnesses of tens of millions of official members of the machine race and the Tianji race, refining them and merging them into his own body. Although Di and Di-Air were strong, Yi Xian's electronic consciousness wasn't weak either. Previously, he could already split into 4 and enter the bodies of the 4 heavenly kings. Together with the bodies, he had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Supremacy, which was half-step into the Heavenly Dao realm. Now that the 4 separated electronic consciousnesses had reunited and merged into one, they were naturally more powerful. Di and Di-Air had been engaged in a game, devouring and competing with each other for a long time. It was as if the divine souls of 2 living beings with flesh and blood were trying to take over the same body. It should be known that since they were still in the process of possession, devouring each other and fighting for control of the body, it meant that their souls hadn't been refined into the body and weren't perfectly compatible. As such, these 2 souls that were in the process of possession and devouring each other couldn't be nourished and replenished by the body for their souls. This situation was the same at the level of the electronic consciousnesses. Also, that was to say, ever since Di and Di-Air started fighting and devouring each other, their electronic consciousnesses had been in a state of rapid depletion and hadn't been nourished at all. In comparison, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger was completely waiting for an exhausted enemy. If he suddenly attacked, it would be strange if he couldn't devour one of them. Regardless of whether it was Di or Di-Air, as long as he devoured one of them, there was no need to say much about the other one. Although it was impossible for him to suddenly attack when he wasn't prepared, he had already devoured one and become stronger. If he devoured another one, it would naturally be easier. Once all of this was completed, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger would immediately refine the Emperor Beast's body and make it perfectly compatible with his own body. Then he would carry out the electronic imprint. In this way, this powerful mechanical beast's body would no longer have to worry about being taken away by others. Division not Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger had fallen, and the electronic consciousness imprint left in this mechanical beast's body had completely dissipated. Swoosh! After the electronic doppelganger left his body and silently charged toward the Emperor Beast that was tens of billions of miles away, Yi Xian's original body immediately moved and shot toward the void to the left. Currently, he was still in the state of activating the Devil Ape bloodline and entering the 9th transformation of the Devil Ape 9 transformations. However, his body was only about 10 feet tall. Due to fully activating the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique, not only was his violent ape form invisible, even his aura was perfectly concealed. Even a true Heavenly Dao realm expert would have a hard time discovering him. To the left was the void where the 4 desolate supremes from the alliance of 10,000 races were hibernating. Yi Xian wanted the desolate supreme's blood essence, so his targets were naturally powerful beasts that had entered the primordial supreme realm. Currently, there were a total of 6 such existences in this void. In addition to these 4 desolate supremes from the alliance of 10,000 races, there were 2 from the Star Alliance. As for the blood-devouring lion and the 2 old fellows from the human race, Xian wasn't interested in them at all. He still didn't plan on dealing with them this time. He found it troublesome to just kill them. Chapter 5007. Whoosh! As the electron doppelganger left his body and charged toward the Emperor Beast in the distant void, Xian's original body also instantly moved and quietly shot toward the void to the left. This time, there were 6 targets that he had locked onto. Points. They were the desolate supremes from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans, as well as the 2 old fellows from the Star Alliance. Until the 2 desolate supremes from the Human Clan Federation and the blood-devouring war lion were ignored by Xian. They were worthless and too lazy to attack. These 6 targets were divided into 2 groups and located in different void locations. Moreover, they were quite far from each other, at least hundreds of billions of miles away. With Xian's previous battle record and his current fierce reputation, once he appeared and killed one of the desolate supremes, the other desolate supremes would most likely flee for their lives in an instant. After all, these 6 fellows were only desolate supremes in the middle or late stage. The strongest among them was only at level 7 of this realm. Compared to Xian's peak level 9 cultivation base, the difference was too great. Since they couldn't win, there was naturally no need to stay and wait for death or seek trouble. Whoosh! Whoosh! As his body shot out, 2 more figures rushed out of Xian's body. They were the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger. Cling. However, the 2 blood sea doppelganger had already fully activated the perfect oscillation psychic power secret technique. Their bodies and auras were concealed. At this time, they rushed out of Xian's body without leaving any trace. After the black fog doppelganger rushed out of Xian's body, its figure flashed and rushed forward. Its target was the 4 desolate supremes from the alliance of 10,000 races. After quietly approaching them, it would wait for the opportunity to take action and release the 9-colored flames sea to trap the 4 old fellows from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans. While Xian's true form and his skeletal doppelganger turned around and dashed to the left, where the 3 old monsters of the Star Alliance were hiding. Currently, although the violent ape and the skeleton avatar were only around 3 meters tall, their cultivation realms were not weak. They had already stepped into the great circle of the 9th step of the Desolate Elder after 2 or 3 breakthroughs. Not long ago, they had broken through again, and were even more powerful. The distance of tens of billions of kilometers was left behind in a short moment. At this time, the violent ape and the skeleton clone were less than 10,000 kilometers away from the 3 old monsters in front. The 3 old men had concealed their figures, so they couldn't be seen. But with Xian's cultivation and strength, he could vaguely catch a glimpse of their auras. The blood-devouring war lion was on the leftmost abandoned planet. While as for the other 2 old monsters, Huang Zun from the Blood Flood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan, one was in the void, and the other was in a life star on the right. The 3 old fellows were not far from each other, only about 10 million miles apart. Xian and the skeleton avatar stopped in the void and locked onto their targets. Xian was staring at the 4th step Desolate Elder from the Blood Flood Dragon clan in the void, while the skeleton avatar's target was the 3rd step Desolate Elder from the Green Rock clan in the life star on the right. At the same time, the Black Fog avatar had also arrived at the hiding place of the 4 Desolate Elders from the Myriad Races Alliance. It also stopped in the void 10 million miles away. Although he quietly approached his target, Xian did not immediately make a move. Instead, he lay dormant and waited for an opportunity to move. At the same time, he turned to look at the Emperor Beast that was tens of billions of kilometers away. Roar! Boom! Walala! At this moment, the Emperor Beast in the distance raised its head again and let out an earth-shattering roar. 2 of its 4 terrifying arms, which were like pillars that could hold up the sky, slammed into the void in front of it at the same time. In front of it, more than 10 life stars were scattered in the void. They were separated by different distances. At this moment, when the Emperor Beast punched them from hundreds of millions of miles away in the void, they turned into dust in an instant. The power of this blow was too fierce. Obviously, he was also a little impatient. This, more than 10 life stars, as well as the universe void around the stars that was hundreds of millions of miles wide, fell into a complete collapse under the violent power of this punch. There was a strange sound like the roar of a huge wave. As expected, a deep void that seemed like a black hole instantly appeared in that area, and boundless spatial turbulence spread out and shot towards the surroundings. This time, the bombardment of the Emperor Beast was even more violent than before. Countless creatures in the void trembled in fear. Even Yi Xian's eyelids twitched slightly. In front of him, the two desolate elders, who had long been locked on by him and the skeleton avatar, were clearly focused on the place where the Emperor Beast was wreaking havoc in the distance at this moment. This was the best time to make a move now. Shio. Boom. Rumble. With this thought flashing in his mind, Yi Xian and the skeleton avatar's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, they rushed out in an instant. The distance of thousands of miles was just a 10,000th of a second, and they were left behind in an instant. When they were behind the target, the power in their bodies was pushed to the extreme, and a punch was thrown out. Although the two of them were only about 10 feet tall, the power in their bodies was not reduced because of this. Such a small figure was even more inconspicuous. At this moment, with the effect of the attack, it was simply impossible to guard against. The two desolate elders from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan did not expect that there was a murderous god behind them. At this moment, their attention was all focused on the front. When they realized that the situation was not right and wanted to turn back to fight, it was obviously too late. Bang! Bang! Everything happened too fast. At this moment, the violent ape and the skeleton avatar punched out at the same time, and all of them hit the huge bodies of their respective targets. Without any suspense, as soon as the punch was thrown, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The two desolate elders from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan didn't even have time to react. They only turned their heads slightly, and didn't even have the chance to let out a heaven-shaking roar. A majestic force had already rushed into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the two desolate elders' bodies, which were tens of thousands of miles long, instantly exploded, turning into two scarlet mists of blood that rapidly spread out. It enveloped an area of the void. At this point, there was no need for Yi Xian and the skeleton avatar to continue hiding their bodies. The moment they attacked, they were already exposed, so they might as well openly reveal their bodies. Titan, with the sound of a gust of wind whistling, the violent ape waved its hand. Invisibly, an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the two desolate Zune-old monsters into his body, sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence refinement. Straight at this time, the blood-devouring war lion that was hibernating in the abandoned star on the left subconsciously turned around. When it saw Yi Xian and the skeleton avatar, it instantly opened its mouth wide and was completely stunned. Chapter 5008. In less than half a breath, Yi Xian killed two in one blow, and he had two more desolate venerable blood essences in his hand. First before, he already had 15 desolate venerable blood essences in his hand, and now with two more, the number of desolate venerable blood essences in his hand had reached 17. At this time, just as he and the skeleton avatar appeared, the blood-devouring war lion that was hibernating in the abandoned star on the left subconsciously looked over. Suddenly seeing Yi Xian and the skeleton clone, the blood-devouring war lion instantly opened its mouth wide and was completely stunned. Then, its expression changed drastically. Without even thinking about it, as if it was a conditioned reflex, it shrunk its neck and immediately turned around to flee. Walala, roar. Screech. At the same time, a few tens of billions of kilometers away in another direction, a few heaven-shaking roars and vicious howls suddenly sounded out, and they were accompanied by heaven-shaking sounds that sounded like surging waves. While Bao Yuan and the skeleton avatar were fighting, A cold light flashed in the black fog avatar's eyes. He suddenly waved his right hand. As he attacked, a 9-colored light that looked like a firefly shot out at an astonishing speed. The distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was negligible, and it directly arrived at the center of the 4 desolate Zune old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance. Bang! Moreover, as this ghostly light blasted out, it also expanded in the wind. In less than half a breath, it formed a majestic and endless 9-colored flame sea that spread out in the void. The entire flame sea was extremely agile. Under the rolling waves, the desolate venerable old monsters of the space mouse, hell ant, giant ferocious and evil spirit slime were caught off guard and did not have time to react. Screech! After successfully shrouding the 4 desolate venerable old monsters, the black mist avatar also raised its head and let out a terrifying howl. Its figure flickered, and it instantly rushed into this majestic 9-colored flame sea. This moment took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. From the moment Bao Yuan and the skeleton avatar attacked at the same time, to the moment when the black mist avatar waved its hand and cast a ghostly light, it turned into a majestic flame sea that trapped the 4 desolate venerable old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance and rushed into the flame sea at the first moment. From beginning to end, the whole process only took less than 2 breaths. Even in the void tens of billions of miles away, the autarch beast that had raised its head while the raging ape and the skeleton clone were fighting had yet to let out an earth-shattering roar. At this moment, the 2 desolate venerable old monsters that were hibernating in the other direction also subconsciously turned to look. Dang, when the raging ape, the skeleton doppelganger, and the familiar 9-colored flame sea in front of them entered their sight, the 2 old fellows trembled violently and their expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, they immediately turned around and fled to the right. Needless to say, these 3 old fellows were existences that had experienced the battle in the heavenly mystery star region. Practically everything about Yixian had already formed a direct reflection. So, if it were the 2 blood dragons and the desolate venerable of the Green Rock clan who were killed just now, or the 4 desolate venerable old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance who were trapped in the 9-colored flame sea, no matter how fast their reaction was, it was impossible to be so fast, unfortunately, whether it was the blood-devouring war lion or the 2 desolate venerable old monsters. Although they were extremely vigilant and their reaction was godly, such a move was obviously a bit wishful thinking. Because, after killing the 2 desolate venerable old monsters from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan, Bao Yuan and the skeleton avatar did not hesitate at all. With a shake of their shoulders, they turned into a ray of light and blasted away, rushing to the vast blood sea tens of billions of miles away on the right. The blood-devouring war lion and the 2 desolate venerable old monsters did not dare to look back until they had fled tens of billions of miles away in horror. When they felt that there was no movement behind them, they finally mustered up the courage to look back. With just one glance, they were stunned on the spot. The escaping figure of Zhengji came to an abrupt halt in the void, and then a look of confusion appeared on his face. What? Why didn't they chase after us? Of course, in the previous battle in the Tianji Star Field, such a situation had already occurred. The other desolate venerables who participated in the encirclement of the Tianji beast and survived in the end, without exception, were all killed by the master of the magic hall, Yixian 6. Yixian didn't seem to have the slightest interest in the 3 of them. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, and after killing the other desolate elders, he patted his butt and left. He didn't even look at them. At that time, they did not think too much about it. They were still secretly rejoicing, thinking that they had hit the jackpot. Otherwise, they would not have had the chance to survive at all and would have died in the Tianji Star Field. But now, in this star field not too far away from the Human Race Federation, they actually encountered the same situation again. Demon, after killing the 2 desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan, Yixian directly rushed towards the 4 desolate venerable old monsters from the alliance of 10,000 races. The 3 of them were obviously closer to the demon ape and the skeleton avatar, but they were ignored again. This is simply, why do I suddenly feel like I am being humiliated? Standing in the void, the two old monsters from the Human Race Federation were stunned for a moment, then they murmured softly and exchanged glances. Next, in an instant, as if they had a tacit understanding, the two of them simultaneously looked in the direction where the blood-devouring war lion had escaped. Coincidentally, the latter was also looking at them with a dull expression. The two old monsters' eyes met in the void, and at the same time, they were stunned. Then both of their eyes turned red. At this moment, they did not feel good, and a similar feeling surged in their hearts. It could be said that they were both ashamed and angry. Roar! Screech! At the same time, tens of billions of miles away on the right side of the front, the demon ape and the skeleton avatar, who had unfolded their figures, also raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar. In a flash, they instantly rushed into the vast sea of flames that trapped the Space Rat Clan, the Hell Ant Clan, the Giant Ferocious Clan, the Evil Spirit Slime, and disappeared. The entire nine-colored sea of flames was extremely vast. It was a huge sphere with a diameter of billions of miles. Of course, the inside of the sphere was hollow, and the desolate venerable old monsters from the Space Rat Clan, the Hell Ant Clan, the Giant Ferocious Clan, and the Evil Spirit Slime were now trapped in the sea of flames. Roar! 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 The moment the demon ape and the skeleton avatar rushed into the sea of flames, deafening roars immediately rushed towards them. These four old monsters from the alliance of 10,000 races had never dealt with Xianxia before. Although they had heard some information from the powerful figures of the alliance of 10,000 races after waking up, they did not know that Xianxia actually controlled such a majestic nine-colored strange flame. Such as, now that they suddenly saw this strange flame that even the real Heavenly Tao realm existences were afraid of, they were caught off guard and fell into a complete panic. Chapter 5009. Inside the gigantic fireball formed by the nine-colored sea of flames. Roar! 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 At the instant the raging ape and the skeleton avatar charged into the sea of flames, a deafening roar immediately inundated them. The desolate supremacies from the four races, Spatial Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime, were scurrying around like ants on a hot pan. Their faces were all filled with horror and panic. The four old fogies originally had massive bodies that spanned tens of millions of kilometers, but now that they were trapped in the nine-colored fireball, they had shrunk their bodies to about 1,000 feet for the sake of agility. Until in terms of cultivation strength, the four old fogies were not very strong. 2 were early-stage desolate supremacies and 2 were mid-stage desolate supremacies. There was not even a late-stage desolate supremacy that had reached the 7th stage. And at that moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars that were standing in 3 different directions inside the fireball's walls were coldly sizing them up. They were all half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences at the perfected 9th stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm. Although their bodies were not big, only around 3 feet tall, the aura of cultivation that spread out from their bodies was extremely terrifying. It spread out from 3 different directions and enveloped the entire space inside the fireball. The formless and powerful pressure that condensed into an invisible force caused the 4 desolate elders to tremble slightly. That was right. Even before they slumbered, they had never truly come into contact with the Shenong 9-colored flames. However, not coming into contact with it did not mean that they had never heard of it. Back in the distant primordial era, the Shenong 9-colored flames had appeared. It was known as the most domineering top-grade heavenly flame in the world. Even true Heavenly Tao realm experts would be somewhat afraid of such a top-grade heavenly flame. If they had any other choice, they would not come into contact with it. Such a top-grade heavenly flame was too powerful. Just coming into contact with it would make one feel like a maggot attached to one's bones. Unless one was fast enough to instantly sever one's limbs that came into contact with it, one's body would be incinerated in a short period of time, turning to ash and annihilation. While at this time, the 4 of them were trapped in this huge Shenong 9-colored flame. It wasn't that they didn't think of putting up a desperate struggle, but thinking about it was one thing, daring to do it was another. For example, if they had the guts to do it, Given the situation they were facing today, if they wanted to escape, they could only grit their teeth and charge directly into the flame wall of this giant fireball and forcefully smash their way out. However, if that was the case, the result would not be a single part of his body being contaminated by the Shenong nine-colored flame. Instead, his entire body would be enveloped by this top-grade heavenly flame. At that time, he would definitely die, and he would not even have much time to struggle. This was definitely not a viable option. Apart from this, the other way to resolve the crisis before them was to completely annihilate the 3 Blood Sea avatars of the Demon Hall Master who had trapped them in this majestic sea of flames, turning it into a ball of flames. However, this was clearly impossible. The 3 Blood Sea avatars of the Master of the Magic Hall were all desolate supremacies, half-step heavenly Tao realm. Among the 4 of them, there wasn't even a late-stage desolate supremacy at the 7th step. This is in this situation, not to mention 3 Blood Sea avatars, even if there was only one, they would not be able to shake. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 4 desolate supremacies from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime felt as if their brains were about to explode. A strong sense of crisis that they had never felt before had already enveloped their entire minds. Despair descended. They did not think of begging for mercy, because from the information they had obtained, the Master of Magic Hall, Yixian, would not accept this at all. Begging for mercy from him was completely useless. Since that was the case, there was no need to make such a pointless attempt, and it would only bring shame to themselves. Roar. Screech. In the depths of despair, the 4 desolate supremacies' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They raised their heads and roared with incomparable grief and indignation. Immediately after, the 2 old fellows from the Space Rat and Hell Ant clans seemed to have suddenly made some kind of decision. They exchanged glances, and their eyes turned red. At the same time, the voices in their mouths were transmitted out. Since we're going to die anyway, why don't we risk our lives? 2 of you, get ready and wait for an opportunity to escape. The old man and the old ant will self-destruct at the same time. The surging violent energy may be able to temporarily create a gap in this 9-colored flame sea. It had to be said that the choice of these 2 old fellows was indeed the wisest, and their temperaments were also very resolute. Knowing that there was not much time left, they would rather sacrifice themselves to fight for a chance of survival for their 2 companions. At this moment, even Yixian could not help but admire them, because these 2 old fellows were clearly not joking. At the same time that the voice of the divine sense sounded, the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies had already become violent. This was definitely the rhythm of self-destruction. Unfortunately, even if it was the desolate supremacies, if they wanted to carry out a comprehensive self-destruction at the level of their physical body and divine soul, no matter how fast they would still need a certain amount of time. And now that they were so close, Yixian obviously would not give them this time to succeed in their scheme. Xiao xiao xiao. At this moment, the 3 Blood Sea clones, who were originally standing in different directions of the 9-colored flame ball, moved at the same time. In a tenth of an instant, they had already arrived at the side of the Space Mouse and Hell Ant clan's old monster Huang Zun, who had just gathered in front of the flame wall. With half a moment of hesitation, he immediately activated the power in his body, and at the same time, threw a punch at the 2 old fellows who were surrounded by the 3 of them. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the 3 Blood Sea clones punched out at the same time, and all of them landed firmly on the bodies of the 2 old fellows. Without any suspense, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The 2 desolate sovereigns from the Space Mouse clan and the Hell Ant clan didn't even have the time to react. They only opened their mouths slightly and didn't even have the chance to let out an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, a wave of majestic and shocking power rushed into their bodies. In less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc within their bodies. Their entire bodies exploded, turning into 2 scarlet mists of blood that rapidly spread out, enveloping a corner of the void. Huff! At this moment, the raging ape waved its hand. Along with the howling of the wind, an incomparably majestic force whizzed out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of the 2 old monsters Huang Zun. Collected entered his body and was sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. The blood essence condensation began. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a single breath. Before the violent power in the two old fellows' bodies could go berserk to the extreme, it was forcefully stopped and destroyed midway. Two old monster Huang Zun, who was at the early stage of the Venerable Realm, faced a half-step Heavenly Dao stage ranker, who was at the peak of the 9th step. In a situation where he had no way to escape and was fighting at close range, he didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. Chapter 50:10. Bam! Bang! The two desolate Zun old monsters from the Space Rat clan and the Hell Ant clan didn't even have time to react before their bodies exploded, turning into two scarlet mists of blood that quickly spread out and covered a corner of the void. Then, with a light wave of the violent ape's hand, it was directly absorbed into its body. Not a single trace of blood was left behind. The early-stage Venerable Huang Zun didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. In the blink of an eye, he was already unwilling to die, and his body and soul were destroyed. This scene was too shocking. The other two old fellows were so scared that they trembled on the spot. Their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies almost staggered in the air and fell. What about the two of you? Are you also preparing to self-destruct? If so, please hurry up and save me the trouble of making a move. At this time, the three Blood Sea clones had already turned around and looked at the two of them. The eyes of the Blood Sea clone, the violent ape, flashed with a cold light as it lightly said a few words. His voice was gentle, neither fast nor slow, and the expression on his face was extremely calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The two old fellows were so angry that they almost spat out blood. What was the use of self-destructing now? Who else could he save by sacrificing himself? This was the thought that flashed through their minds subconsciously. However, just as this thought flashed through their minds, they shook their heads and laughed bitterly at the same time. Because, even if they didn't self-destruct, what was the use? The final result was still the same. Today, no matter what, it would be difficult to escape the calamity of death. Roar! Screech! Bang bang! Realizing this, the two old fellows exchanged glances. The blazing light in their eyes instantly dimmed, as if they had already accepted their fate and given up struggling. After exchanging glances, they clearly reached a consensus. They raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and howl, filled with endless mournfulness and unwillingness. Tight following that, two heaven-shaking explosions rang out. In complete despair, they actually chose to self-destruct. In the blink of an eye, their huge bodies turned into two clouds of blood mist and spread out. That's quite straightforward, huff. Even Yi Xian was surprised by this result. Way after being stunned, Bao Yuan shook his head and sighed. He then waved his hand at the first moment. With the sound of a gust of wind whistling, a majestic force whizzed out. The blood mist formed by the explosion of the two desolate Zun old monsters was instantly swept over. After absorbing it into his body, he directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron. From there, he began to condense the blood essence. At this point, the four desolate Zun old monsters from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime clans were all killed in less than 10 breaths of time. While following the fall of these four old fellows, the amount of desolate supremacy blood essence in Yi Xian's hands once again skyrocketed. Previously there were only 17, but now there were 21. 11 pieces of desolate sovereign blood essence. It didn't sound like a big deal, but what it represented was the lives of 21 desolate sovereigns. Unknowingly, the number of supreme desolate sovereigns that had fallen at the hands of Yi Xian had actually reached such a number. If this matter were to spread, it is unknown how many starry sky powerhouses would be scared out of their wits. Swish! After calming down his excited mood, a faint light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the black mist doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger instantly turned into a rain of blood and collapsed. In an instant, they condensed into a dot and blasted over. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. Together, At the same time, the nine-colored flame ball that enveloped the void for nearly 10 billion miles also dispersed in an instant. After turning into a vast sea of blood, it also condensed into a point and rushed into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. At this point, only Yi Xian in the form of a violent ape was left in the void. The 4 desolate Zun old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance were all killed in less than 10 breaths of time. Even the majestic blood mist formed after the explosion of their bodies was taken away. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single hair was left behind, in the distant void. In 2 different directions, tens of billions of miles away, the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 old monsters from the Human Race Federation saw this scene. Their eyes suddenly froze, and their bodies trembled slightly. At this moment, endless fear shrouded their minds, because in the blink of an eye, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had killed another 6 supreme ancients. But the supreme ancients were like vegetables in his hands. With just a casual move, he could easily kill several supreme ancients. The cruelty of his means was simply outrageous. With this kind of endless fear shrouding their minds, the hearts of the 3 old fellows instantly rose to their throats. The power in their bodies was quietly fully activated, and they were vigilant. As long as there was the slightest bit of danger, they would immediately turn around and flee. Previously, the violent ape and the skeleton clone did not attack them, but that was because in another direction tens of billions of miles away, there were still 4 desolate Zun old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance waiting for them to kill. Black the Fog clone had only transformed the 9-colored sea of flames into a huge fireball, trapping the 4 desolate Zun old monsters. Even though the Black Fog clone was also a peak desolate Zun at the great perfection of the 9th stage, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao, it was clearly unable to quickly kill the trapped 4 desolate Zun old monsters with its strength alone. In order to avoid dragging it out for too long, the violent ape and the skeleton clone had rushed over immediately and quickly finished off the 4 desolate Zun old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance. This was understandable and also the most correct choice. But now, the situation was different. In less than 10 seconds, the 4 desolate Zun old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance were all killed. As for the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, he had nothing to do. In the entire void, other than the ants from the small factions and the extremely powerful autarch beast, there were only the 3 of them left. Those ants from the small factions naturally could not attract the interest of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. As for the autarch beast, it was now a heavenly Tao realm existence, much stronger than the heaven's secret beast. Its aura had already condensed, and its realm was stable. He was no match for it. Thus, the most suitable targets were naturally the 3 of them. After all, they had nothing to do. Thinking at this point, the hearts of the 3 old fellows were beating wildly. With a flash in their eyes, they immediately looked into the distance. Meaning what was outside was that the violent ape did not seem to be interested in them at all. It did not even look in their direction. With a wave of its hand, it put away the 9-colored sea of flames that had formed the fireball. With a flash of its eyes, it immediately charged towards the autarch beast in the distance. When this scene entered their eyes, the 3 old fellows were immediately shocked. Their expressions changed drastically as they gasped. At the same time, they subconsciously cried out in alarm, "Heavens, what else does this guy want to do?" He actually charged towards the autarch beast. Does he not want to live anymore? He actually wants to kill this powerful autarch beast that is already firmly in the heavenly Tao realm. Chapter 5011. Roar. Boom, crash, in the distance, as the violent ape, which was only about 3 meters tall, shot toward the emperor beast, the enormous emperor beast raised its head again and let out a shocking roar. Then, 2 of the 4 terrifying arms on its body, which were like giant pillars supporting the sky, suddenly lifted up and blasted toward the void on its left side. There just happened to be some stars with life in this area. However, there were probably no living beings within these stars. They'd either fled and charged desperately towards the distance in space, or they'd been directly blasted apart by the violent and furious roars of the imperial beast that emanated the boundless pressure of the Heaven Tao. At this moment, as the autarch beast punched out with its full strength, a few more planets in front of it were completely reduced to dust and ashes, reduced to cosmic dust. Very obviously, it was DE who was now in control of the Emperor Beast's body. While moreover, compared to before, the current DE was clearly becoming more and more impatient. Even when he raised his head and roared furiously, there was an obvious sense of panic and anxiety. As the Emperor Beast returned to the void fragment of the untainted land, for D, it was actually equivalent to returning to his own home ground. Because he and the primeval heaven's eye were on the same side. Just as because of this, every time D obtained control of the Emperor Beast's body, he would not hesitate to activate all his strength. He waved his fist again and again, aimlessly bombarding the void around him. De's purpose was to stir up as much movement as possible in this fragment of the void to attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. Only if this purpose was achieved, even if he succeeded, once the attention of the primeval heaven's eye was attracted, even if it was only a doppelganger of the way of heaven's eye, it was enough for Devourer, who was fighting with him for control of the Emperor Beast's body, would be defeated in an instant, suppressed invisibly, and completely swallowed up unwillingly. However, it had been 2 days since they returned. The Emperor Beast's enormous body was controlled by him and Devourer from time to time. It flew all the way from the star area where the Human Federation was located. Along the way, he had destroyed countless stars. It was quite a big commotion. But even so, the ruler of this primordial world fragment void, the heavenly Tao Green Eye, did not appear. It seemed to be tied up by something extremely important. Either it could not cast its gaze here, or it had already sensed the changes that had happened here, but it did not have the time to care. No matter which one it was definitely not a good thing for D. That was why he was getting more and more uneasy. Here at this moment, as he threw another 2 punches, the strength of the Emperor Beast was clearly even more violent than before. After the 2 punches were unleashed, not only did the planet instantly explode into dust, even the space around the planet that spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers had completely collapsed as a result. Loud rumbling sounds that sounded like the roaring of massive waves rang out. A deep void that resembled a black hole instantly appeared in the entire area. Endless void turbulence spread out and burst out in all directions. But all of this was still useless. The heavenly Tao Green Eye that controlled this primordial world fragment void was still nowhere to be seen. There was no sign that it was about to appear. D was anxious. This made him unable to see any hope because if the primeval heaven's eye did not appear, he would not be able to hold on much longer. During the battle in the Tianji star area, the Tianji beast that he had fused with all the members of the Tianji clan had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. However, for some reason, his luck had not been very good. When he broke through, the injuries caused by the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation had not completely healed. Before he could stabilize his realm, more than 20 desolate Zune-old monsters from the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance had attacked him at the same time. He could have suppressed everything. However, at the final moment, the master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia, had actually used the Heaven-Falling Bow, a supreme divine ability that even the true Heavenly Tao realm feared. In an instant, it had left a huge hole in the Tianji beast's huge body that was 50 million kilometers in diameter. This was nothing. Even with such injuries, he still had the ability to fight back. At the very least, he could easily escape. However, at that moment, Devourer suddenly tore open the final seal in his body and fused with all the members of the machine clan under him to form a mechanical beast. Although its cultivation was not as strong as his, it was fearless and charged straight at him, wanting to fight him to the death. Caught off guard, the Heaven's Legacy beast was almost chopped into a robot stick. In the end, it fled into the endless void turbulence in a panic. However, it was chased by the crazy robot beasts. In the end, the Heaven's Legacy beast was completely devoured by the robot beasts. As a result, the Tianji beast was born. De's electronic consciousness, which was originally in the Tianji beast's body, appeared in the Tianji beast's body together with Devourer. In such a situation, there was no way out. Either he or Devourer had to die for this battle to end. However, although Devourer was not as strong as him, He had never been injured. As for De, he had never recovered. Although he was a heavenly Dao realm existence, after losing the mechanical treasure body of the Tianji beast, he was only left with his electronic consciousness. In fact, he was only half a step into the heavenly Dao realm. Under this situation, he and De's electronic consciousness were fighting and devouring each other in the Tianji beast's body. As time passed, De's advantage became more and more obvious. As for him, he was in a disadvantageous position. According to De's calculations, if the primeval heaven's eye did not appear, he could at most hold on for another day. At that time, he could either give up and escape from the Tianji beast's body. He could give up this heavenly Dao realm mechanical treasure body to someone else, or he could only be devoured by De. The situation was extremely bad. Roar! Rumble! Just as De was feeling extremely gloomy, a shocking roar suddenly came from the right side of the Tianji beast. It was followed by a thunderous explosion. Even the void trembled. It was obvious that the power was not weak. It was clearly the peak desolate supremacy of the Great Circle of the ninth stage, which was half a step into the heavenly Dao realm. Subconsciously, the Tianji beast's gaze followed the sound. In an instant, it saw a violent ape. His body was only about 10 feet tall. Compared to the Tianji beast, he was as small as a speck of dust. At this moment, he was holding a big black stick in one hand. His entire body turned into a ray of light and ruthlessly smashed towards the right side of the Tianji beast's waist area. Master of the Magic Hall, Xianxia? Roar! You ant, how dare you provoke me? You're courting death. With just a glance, De recognized who the person was. Old hatred surged in his heart. He was instantly enraged. The Tianji beast roared. Immediately, one of its 4 giant pillar-like mechanical arms was raised and attacked with all its might. Chapter 50:12. Roar! You ant, how dare you provoke me? You're courting death. With just a glance, De recognized Xianxia. Old hatred surged into his heart, and he was instantly enraged. The Emperor Beast roared, and one of its 4 mechanical arms, which were like giant pillars that supported the heavens, was instantly raised and smashed over with all its might. Swoosh! With a weak sound, Xianxia's figure flashed and appeared in another direction in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he held the big-headed black cudgel in his right hand, raised it high above his head, and smashed it down hard. Rumble! Bang! There was no suspense. The right shoulder of the Emperor Beast was instantly smashed, and a huge crater appeared. However, to the Emperor Beast, whose body was 50,000 miles long, it was not painful at all. Its body only trembled slightly. Damn it, don't dodge if you have the ability. His fist missed, and the Emperor Beast jumped to his right shoulder and hit him. De was furious. He raised another mechanical arm and swept it in this direction. But, unfortunately, the violent ape activated teleportation again. In a flash, it changed its position in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, it raised the big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down again. At this moment, the raging ape was only 3 meters tall, and its body was extremely agile. Although the monarch beast was also very agile, its body was 500 million miles long after all. Compared to it, the raging ape was just like a speck of dust. Ask, if a speck of dust that was extremely fast, extraordinarily agile, and could teleport at any time was constantly moving around your body, how depressing would it be to throw a punch at it? Xianxia had expected this, so he rushed forward and fought with the Emperor Beast at close range. Of course, this level of attack could not cause much substantial damage to the Emperor Beast, but at least it could control De's consciousness and even make him go berserk. For Xianxia, this was enough. His purpose was to create an opportunity for the electronic doppelganger that had entered the Emperor Beast's body and was hibernating inside it. What is he doing? Is he tickling the Emperor Beast? What was the effect of such an attack? Even if you hit it 10,000 times, you won't be able to cause any substantial damage to the sovereign beast. This is too infuriating. The master of the magic hall, Xianxia, is so bored that he would rather tickle the Emperor Beast than attack us. This is simply too much. In the distance, The blood-devouring war lion and the two old monsters from the Human Federation were dumbfounded. They murmured with grief and indignation on their faces. At the same time, inside the autarch beast's body, Emperor the Beast was massive, spanning more than 250 million kilometers. In fact, the space in its body was even more vast. It could be said to be a world of its own. After all, the present Empyrean beast was a true heavenly Tao realm expert. There was a nebula-like whirlpool at the center of the land, emitting a gray light. This gray whirlpool was the sovereign beast's sea of consciousness. Such as today, DE and D-Air's electronic consciousnesses were all in this gray whirlpool. As for Yi Xian's electronic avatar, it had also entered the so-called electronic life form. Whether it was an official member of the machinery race or the Tianji race, was actually a string of data that had mutated and gained intelligence and self-awareness. It was a very mysterious existence, just like the souls of flesh and blood creatures. Yi Xian's electronic avatar was also a string of electronic data. Now that it had entered the sovereign beast's sea of consciousness, its only goal was to devour the string of data that represented DE and D-Air's electronic consciousnesses. However, data was an abstract existence. Right now, the concrete manifestation of the data in the sea of consciousness was a cluster of light. Right now, there were only two faint clusters of light that could be seen in the sea of consciousness. One was light blue, and the other was light gold. The two balls of light were only the size of a pigeon's egg. The light blue ball of light was D-Air's electronic consciousness, while the light gold ball was D-Yi's. As for Yi Xian's electronic consciousness, although it was also in the sea of consciousness and was close to D-Yi's electronic consciousness, it could not be seen. Before the electronic avatar left Yi Xian's body, Yi Xian had injected a tuft of pure spiritual power. Now, his electronic avatar was still in a state of perfect vibration spiritual power mystic technique. Although Di had previously entered the heavenly Tao realm, his electronic consciousness had not entered the heavenly Tao realm alone. Instead, it had entered the heavenly Tao realm together with the heaven's legacy beast. Therefore, from a certain point of view, Di Yi's electronic consciousness could not be considered a true heavenly Tao realm existence. He could only be considered a consciousness existence that had slightly come into contact with the borders of the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, his electronic consciousness was light gold. As for D-Air, he had previously torn open the last seal in his body. Now, his electronic consciousness was also at the Desolate Supremacy Stage 9 perfection. However, Yi Xian's electronic consciousness was the same. That was to say, with two in the light and one in the dark, the three electronic consciousnesses in the Archbeast's Sea of Consciousness were all at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Di might be slightly stronger, but he was still injured. Furthermore, he was constantly competing with D-Air to devour him. Therefore, from this point of view, among the three electronic consciousnesses, Yi Xian's electronic avatar was the last to enter. As it was waiting for the exhausted Di, it was currently the strongest. However, there was a limit to how strong it was. Phew! Phew! A sharp sound tore through the air. Two beams of light, one blue and one gold, shot through the void. In front was a light gold blob of light, while behind it was a blue blob of light that represented Di Yi's electronic consciousness. This sea of consciousness was extremely vast. In the center, there was a simple mountain peak that looked like an altar. It was only 1,000 feet tall and its surface was engraved with all sorts of extremely complicated runes. From the material, it was likely some kind of special crystal. This crystal that was 1,000 feet tall like a mountain peak was the core crystal of the Archbeast. As long as it was refined, one could obtain the Archbeast's mechanical treasured body. However, this required time and could not be disturbed. Therefore, DE of D-Air had been chasing after the other party. He wanted to devour the other party before he could enter this core crystal with peace of mind and use a certain amount of time to refine it. At this time, he temporarily obtained control of the Archbeast. As he fled in the Sea of Consciousness, he also diverted a portion of his energy to control the Archbeast's body to deal with the violent ape. Therefore, he appeared to be a little flustered. Just as he turned at the edge of the core crystal that was like a small mountain peak, his figure was blocked by the core crystal. He temporarily disappeared from the sight of Devourer, who was chasing after him. Xianxia's electronic avatar, who had been following closely beside him, finally made a move, buzz. In the next moment, a low buzzing sound that was almost undetectable sounded. A gray light flashed and disappeared. After swallowing the light gold light, it disappeared in an instant. Without stopping, Xianxia's electronic avatar quickly left under the cover of the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique. He had to quickly refine the swallowed D body. After that, Devourer, who was following behind him, also turned the corner. At this moment, the sound of his divine consciousness also sounded, "Huh? Why is he gone?" Chapter 50:13. After swallowing Yi's electronic consciousness in one gulp, Xian immediately activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique. He unleashed it to the extreme and rushed out of the Emperor Beast's sea of consciousness. He had to leave the sea of consciousness and refine Yi's electronic consciousness as fast as he could. Yi's disappearance would definitely arouse Devaurer's suspicion. It was impossible to swallow Devaurer's light blue electronic consciousness like he had done with Thi. Moreover, swallowing De and Devourer at the same time and then refining them was not the safest strategy. If there was an accident, he would be devoured. After all, these two old guys' electronic consciousnesses were not weaker than his own. The safest way was to swallow one first and refine it. After strengthening himself, he could then forcefully swallow the other one. While refining Yi's electronic consciousness, which had just been swallowed, would obviously take time. Xian had to race against time. Because Yi's sudden disappearance had aroused Devaurer's suspicions. However, he would not rush into the core crystal of the Emperor Beast that was like a small mountain peak for the time being to refine it. If there were no accidents, however, Devourer should be able to regain his senses very soon. At that time, he would rush into the core crystal without hesitation and refine it. Of course, to completely refine the core crystal, it would also take a certain amount of time. Moreover, this process could not be disturbed. Once disturbed, all his previous efforts would be wasted and he would also be harmed. Because it was precisely because of this reason that De and Devourer had been fighting in the Emperor Beast's sea of consciousness for so long and had not entered the core crystal to refine it. However, in other words, Xian and Devourer were fighting over a time difference. If Devourer completely refined the core crystal first and Xian was still unable to refine Yi's electronic consciousness, then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Even if Xian completed the devouring, he would most likely not be able to do anything to Devourer. This was because after he refined the core crystal, he would become the true owner of the Archbeast's body. The Archbeast's consciousness would also become his territory. When that time came, Devourer could rely on the power of the core crystal to devour Xian's electronic consciousness. Therefore, he had to refine Yi's electronic consciousness before Devourer finished. Even if there was still a sliver of the core crystal that had not been refined by Devourer, once Xian entered the Supreme Beast's sea of consciousness, he could immediately interfere and cause all his previous efforts to go to waste. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Xian did not hesitate in the slightest. After quietly rushing out of the Autarch Beast's knowledge sea, he found a secluded place to hide and immediately began refining with all his strength. Tong at this moment, in the Emperor Beast's sea of consciousness. The light blue light cluster representing Yi's two electrons circled around the entire sea of consciousness. After confirming that there was no trace of it stopped abruptly on one side of the core crystal. He seemed to be hesitating, thinking about something. Perhaps he suspected that this was a trap. But, in the end, Devourer gritted his teeth and made his decision. After 10 breaths of time, the light blue ball of light that had been quietly standing on one side of the core crystal suddenly flickered and directly entered the core crystal that was like a short peak of 1,000 feet, disappearing without a trace. Outside, in the upper realm, in the void of the universe. Roar! The beast raised its head and roared angrily. On its huge and terrifying body of 500 million miles, its 4 pillar-like arms were all waving. It was like swatting a mosquito, randomly waving its body up and down. DDE was a little bit driven crazy. This damn violent ape had actually shrunk its body to a height of about 10 feet. It was like a speck of dust and kept pestering him to beat him. Although it did not hurt or itch, it was really annoying. In addition, he was anxious at this moment, so he completely could not ignore it. Unknowingly, he was stirred up and simply wanted to pinch this mosquito-like violent ape to death. Whoosh! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The violent ape teleported again. This time, it directly arrived above the beehive-like head of the supreme beast with countless facets. Boom! Boom! Bang! He did not hesitate at all. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately picked up the big-headed black cudgel, raised it high above his head, and smashed it down hard. 2 of the countless facets on the sovereign beast's head were instantly blasted apart. However, these 2 blasted areas were completely insignificant compared to the sovereign beast's gigantic head. They weren't considered serious injuries, and were probably just superficial wounds. However, the sovereign beast didn't seem to be affected by the sovereign beast's attack. To everyone's surprise, the emperor beast's gigantic body suddenly trembled and immediately froze. The 4 mechanical arms that were waving in the air also fell to the ground, as if it had suddenly lost consciousness. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, the light golden light cluster that represented Di Yi's electronic consciousness was swallowed up by Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. The supreme beast's mechanical precious body was still under Di Yi's control a moment ago. Therefore, when his electronic consciousness was swallowed up, the supreme beast suddenly became motionless. At this moment, the violent ape swung the big-headed black cudgel and smashed it on the supreme beast's head. The timing was right, so it looked as if the supreme beast had been knocked silly by his cudgel. It had to be said that all of this was a bit of a coincidence. Originally, after Di Yi's electronic consciousness was swallowed up, Devourer would immediately take over control of the supreme beast's body. However, at this moment, Devourer was not in the mood to care about this at all. The light golden cluster that represented Di Yi's electronic consciousness suddenly disappeared. All of this was too strange. He was searching around the supreme beast's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, after a fruitless search, Devourer would not get close to controlling the emperor beast's body at this time. He had more important things to do, and that was to enter the crystal core of the emperor beast's consciousness, which was like a small mountain peak, and refine it. Only by completing this step would the supreme beast's precious body truly belong to him. No one would be able to take it away. In short, after the violent ape's cudgel smashed down, the supreme beast's incomparably huge body instantly became motionless. It was not just now, but for a short period of time in the future, it would not make any movements. It could be the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, or it could be longer, or it could be shorter. The violent ape was naturally very clear about all of this. With a flip of his hand, he put away the big-headed black cudgel and then sat cross-legged on the supreme beast's head. This scene was too strange. In the distant void, the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 old monsters from the Human Race Federation were stunned. After a few seconds, their expressions suddenly changed. Their bodies shook violently, and they gasped and cried out involuntarily, "Heavens, what did the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, do?" The supreme beast was actually knocked silly by one hit of his cudgel? My goodness, this is a supreme existence that has truly stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. In such a short period of time, it was actually so easily taken care of by him? But, is this possible? None of this is important. The key question is, why is Yi Xian sitting on the supreme beast's head? It wasn't easy to knock the supreme beast unconscious. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for a vicious attack. Why is he sitting there in a daze? Could it be that he has also turned silly? Chapter 50:14. In the void, Bao Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on top of the emperor beast's enormous head. He closed his eyes as if he was meditating in seclusion. Electrixi's doppelganger was also himself. He had confidence in himself, so he had no intention of entering the emperor beast's body to participate in this special battle of possession. Matter in reality, now that D had been swallowed up and Devourer had entered the crystal core, which was like a small mountain peak, To begin refining, the mechanical treasure body of the Emperor Beast had no one to control it for the time being. It was like a puppet without strings. Indeed, they couldn't just leave it in the void and ignore it. Violent Bao Yuan's main purpose of guarding the Emperor Beast's head was to protect this mechanical treasure body. After all, it would belong to him soon. One primeval heaven's eye suddenly appeared, so he could try to take it away immediately to prevent it from being taken away by the heavenly Dao's eye. In the void tens of billions of miles away, the blood-devouring war lion and the two old monsters from the Human Clan Federation had not left. They had been watching from afar. Today everything that had happened here was too strange. They had to see the final result before they were satisfied. As a matter of fact, the three old men had already realized that something was amiss. It could even be said that they had their own guesses. However, their guesses were so shocking that even they couldn't make up their minds and didn't dare to believe it at all. At the same time, at the edge of the Emperor Beast's consciousness. First in this extremely secluded area, Yi Xian's doppelganger, who had activated the perfect vibration spiritual power secret technique, was hibernating here. He was trying his best to refine Di's electronic consciousness that had just been devoured. Now, the Emperor Beast's body was very quiet. There was no sound at all. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. However, there was an imperceptible aura that spread and spread. None both Yi Xian and Devourer, who had already entered the core crystal of the Emperor Beast, were doing their best. They were racing against time. The only difference was that Yi Xian was refining Di's electronic consciousness, while Devourer was refining the core crystal of the Emperor Beast. Time passed very quickly in this kind of intense refining. It could even be said that Yi Xian, who was immersed in refining, did not feel the existence of time at all. The time it took an incense stick to burn passed in the blink of an eye. Di's electronic consciousness, which had been swallowed up by Yi Xian, was finally completely refined. From this moment on, Di no longer existed. The Tianji clan could be considered to have been completely exterminated. It had become a name in history. After swallowing and refining Di's electronic consciousness, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger had become much more powerful. If he were to remove the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique, he would be able to see a grayish-gold light ball. It was originally gray, but after devouring Di's electronic consciousness, it was infinitely close to the true heavenly Dao realm. Therefore, it had an additional tinge of gold, such as the gray and gold perfectly blended together, making it look more simple and unadorned. It exuded a heavy and mysterious aura. Swish! Without hesitation, Yi Xian, who was still in perfect concealment under the control of his spiritual oscillation mystic technique, dashed into the sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye. In the center of the Emperor Beast's sea of consciousness, the core crystal core, which looked like a small mountain peak, came into view. At the very center of the core crystal, one could vaguely see a faint blue light that resembled a firefly. Devourer was still refining it and was not done yet. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally calmed down completely. Following that, he charged straight for the core crystal core. Even when he got close, he did not slow down. Like an invisible bolt of lightning, he charged straight in. Although the core crystal core of the Emperor Beast was solid, it was a crystal that was between transparent and semi-transparent. As for Devourer and Yi Xian's electronic consciousness, they were all data in the form of light balls. Just like divine sense or spiritual power, they were formless and intangible. Therefore, they could enter easily without any effect. This core crystal core was like a small mountain peak. Its height was only 1,000 feet, and its diameter was about 20 feet. Therefore, after Yi Xian entered, he immediately saw Devourer, who was at the center of the core crystal core. Here at this moment, Devourer was no longer a light blue ball of light whose form could not be seen. When he was refining the core crystal core of the Emperor Beast, he had manifested his own body. However, it was very small, only about an inch tall, and it was still an existence of energy. When Yi Xian charged into the core crystal core, Devourer immediately sensed it. Although he did not see Yi Xian's figure, he also did not catch Yi Xian's aura. Everything was hidden under the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique. But after all, he was refining this core crystal core of the Emperor Beast and was more than halfway through. If Yi Xian stayed outside and did not come into contact with this core crystal core, Devourer naturally would not have any reaction. However, once Yi Xian entered the core crystal core, it would be strange if Devourer still did not notice at all. Who is it? In a flash of light, Devourer, who was concentrating on refining, looked over. The voice of divine sense also sounded, revealing vigilance and warning. But his gaze quickly moved away because although he sensed that an unknown existence had entered the core crystal core, he did not know who it was, what kind of existence it was, and did not know where it was. Yi Xian naturally did not respond to him. He carefully and slowly approached slowly and quietly. But, during this process, Devourer, who was suddenly alarmed, temporarily stopped refining the core crystal core of the Emperor Beast and turned around to check his surroundings. Here at this moment, an extremely bad feeling suddenly surfaced in his heart, as if a calamity was about to befall him, and his heartstrings suddenly throbbed wildly. Previously, he had suspected that there must be something strange about the sudden disappearance of Di Yi's electronic consciousness. Now, he finally confirmed this point. If he did not find this mysterious existence of unknown origin and hiding somewhere, he would not dare to calm down and refine the core crystal core of the Emperor Beast. Sigh. At this moment, a faint sigh suddenly sounded beside him. When it entered his ears, it instantly caused Devaurer's body to shake violently. He cried out involuntarily, "You are Yi Xian. This is impossible." Swoosh! Almost at the same instant that he cried out in alarm, a grayish-gold light flashed and arrived in front of Devourer in the blink of an eye. Under the golden light, it directly enveloped Devaurer's body, which was only an inch long, as if it was swallowing it. All of this happened too quickly. Coupled with the fact that Devourer suddenly realized that the one who was hiding in the dark was actually Yi Xian, an existence that he never would have thought of. Under the intense shock in his heart, he didn't have time to react. That was why he was directly swallowed by Yi Xian in a split second. At the same time, Yi Xian's second sigh sounded faintly. It was unknown whether Devourer could still hear it. Sigh. Chapter 50:15. Sigh. Along with the sigh, the battle for the Emperor Beast came to an end. However, the Emperor Beast had not fallen into Yi Xian's control yet. At least, he had not refined the core crystal. All of this had to wait until he had refined Devaurer's electronic consciousness before he could be at ease. No, however, there was still an electronic consciousness in his body that had not been refined and was not weaker than his own. Under such circumstances, if he was distracted to refine the core crystal, the consequences would be unimaginable if something unexpected happened. Matter in reality, although everything had been settled, Yi Xian didn't relax because of this. This was because he still needed a certain amount of time, but the great desolate heavenly Tao's eyes could descend at any time. Although Di had been busy for so long, the heavenly Tao's eye had not appeared. However, according to Yi Xian's calculations, Di had made such a big commotion and had been going on for 2 days. It was impossible that the primeval heaven's eye had not sensed it. The reason why it hadn't appeared all this time was probably because it was tied down by something extremely important, so it had no time to leave at all. However, now that Di, who had been causing a huge commotion, had been devoured, the shocking commotion that had been going on for 2 days in the void of the Eldritch World fragment had stopped. The primeval heaven's eye could naturally sense that something must have happened here. Therefore, it would definitely settle the matter at hand as soon as possible, or put it aside temporarily, and rush over to see what had happened. In other words, Yi Xian had been racing against time with Devourer before. Now, he was racing against time with the primeval heaven's eye. He had to refine Devaurer's electronic consciousness and the core crystal of the Emperor Beast before the primeval heaven's eye rushed over. Of course, even if he did not refine them, the primeval heaven's eye had already descended. To Yi Xian, there was no other possibility for the Emperor Beast. The raging ape was still guarding the autarch beast's body. Even if the electronic clone had not completed all of this, the raging ape would have unleashed the Shenong cauldron once the primeval heaven's eye arrived ahead of time, keeping the mechanical body of the autarch beast within. If that was the case, Yi Xian would be in a very difficult situation when facing the primeval heaven's eye. Although Yi Xian had the heaven-falling bow, it could only be used as a deterrent. He couldn't activate it until the very last moment. Otherwise, once it was activated, Yi Xian would be weakened and would no longer have the strength to continue the battle. Against an existence like the primeval Heaven's Eye, the best combination was an expert who had stepped into the true Heavenly Dao realm, as well as Yi Xian who had the Heaven-Falling Bow with the Heaven-Falling Bow. They could take action at any time to battle the primeval Heaven's Eye. It didn't matter if they weren't its match, but they had to at least have the ability to engage in a head-on battle. Even if they were suppressed, as long as they could withstand the primeval Heaven's Eye, it would be fine as long as they weren't instantly killed by it. While Yi Xian held the Heaven-Falling Bow and watched from the side like a tiger watching its prey, forming a deterrent, against such a combination, even the primeval Heaven's Eye would probably be extremely wary. If the autarch beast was completely refined, such a combination would instantly form. When that happened, the autarch beast would face the primeval Heaven's Eye head-on and restrain it, while Yi Xian would act as a deterrent by the side. It would definitely be able to force the other party to submit. Until it was absolutely impossible for the autarch beast to have the advantage of freely manipulating Yi Xian. Therefore, whether or not the autarch beast could be completely refined before the primeval Heaven's Eye arrived and controlled in his hands was extremely important to Yi Xian. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it flashed through his mind in an instant. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the core crystal of the autarch beast at the first moment. He no longer used the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique to conceal his figure and aura, because it was completely unnecessary. First Xie fell silent. Yi Xian used all his strength to refine Devoure's electronic consciousness that he had just devoured. This time, perhaps because he had already devoured De earlier, his own electronic consciousness was stronger and much stronger, so the speed at which he refined Devoure's electronic consciousness was obviously faster than before. Only in just half an incense stick's worth of time, everything was over. Previously, after De's electronic consciousness was refined, Yi Xian's electronic consciousness was a grayish-gold ball of light. But now, as Devoure's electronic consciousness was completely refined, this grayish-gold ball of light had turned pure gold and emitted an extremely sacred aura. Now, just Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger, which was this electronic consciousness that existed in the form of a ball of light, was already infinitely close to the true Heavenly Dao realm. After all, before he had devoured Desolate Supremacy, who was already at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th rank, he had then successively devoured De and Devourer, who were not weaker than him. De had even once taken control of the Heavenly Dao Lightning Tribulation and used it as a body to cross the Heavenly Dao Lightning Tribulation and enter the true Heavenly Dao realm. But he did not let his guard down because of the joy in his heart. Although De'er's electronic consciousness had been refined, there was still one last step to complete in order to completely control the autarch beast. That was the core crystal of the autarch beast. First, once this step was completed, even if the true body of primeval Heaven's Eye descended, Yi Xian would have the confidence to face it head-on and contend with it. The final step. Everything will be over soon. Phew. Following the soft murmurs that sounded like sleep talk, the golden ball of light that represented Yi Xian's electronic consciousness instantly shot out. In the blink of an eye, it had entered the core crystal of the autarch beast and began the complete refinement. Previously, Yi Xian had used an incense stick of time to refine De's electronic consciousness. At that time, although De, who had entered the core crystal of the Emperor Beast, had yet to complete the refinement of the core crystal, he had already completed more than half of the process. Also, in other words, if not for Yi Xian's later interference, De would have needed 30 minutes to completely refine the core crystal of the autarch beast and completely control the autarch beast's Heavenly Dao realm mechanical treasure body. But now, Yi Xian's electronic consciousness had successively devoured De and De. He was much stronger than De back then. Therefore, according to his calculations, Yi Xian would need less than 30 minutes to completely refine the core crystal of the autarch beast. It was impossible for him to exceed that time. Very quickly, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, in the upper realm, in the void of the universe, today, De and De's electronic consciousnesses had been successively devoured and completely refined. And Yi Xian, who had completed all this, had entered the core crystal of the autarch beast to begin the refinement. Half an hour had passed. Then after a while, the core crystal of the autarch beast would be completely refined. But it was also at this moment that a shocking upheaval suddenly descended. Boom! Rumble! Without any warning, the entire void of the universe suddenly trembled violently. Such a situation was unprecedented. Even Xianxia had not encountered it before. It was as if the real apocalypse had descended. Brain, as this thought flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the autarch beast's head, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he muttered softly, "The primordial apocalypse has finally, fully descended." Chapter 50:16. Boom! Rumble. The next moment, the entire void of the universe suddenly trembled violently. The scene was shocking, as if the real apocalypse had arrived. Bao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the Emperor Beast's head, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of understanding in the depths of his eyes. He muttered softly, "The end of the untainted land has finally, fully arrived." At this moment, Xianxia finally understood why the primeval heavens I had not appeared even after he had spent so much effort in the void of this fragment of the untainted land for so long and had caused such a big disturbance. It was indeed too busy to leave because it had been tied down by more important matters. At that time, the primeval heavens I should have been carrying out some kind of arrangement to promote the final stage of the end of the untainted land. However, perhaps it felt that there was no need to stop first, so it came here to take a look because the final stage of the process was about to be completed very soon. For example, this was the case now. As the final stage of the process was completed and the end of the untainted land was about to arrive, the primeval heavens I, as the doppelganger of the will of the heavenly way, would soon arrive here and would not leave easily. At this moment, this was no small matter. As the end of the untainted land descended, all the fragments of the void that had been completely shattered during the battle in the untainted land would gather and connect with the void of the main plane of the untainted land where Xianxia was now. It was not the kind of connection that was connected by wormholes or void passageways. Instead, it was a complete integration. There would not be any distinction between them, and there would not even be any separation. It was just like how Xianxia could directly go to the forbidden land of Rising Sun or the Human Federation from the star area where he was now. There would be no obstruction. In other words, the countless fragments of the void of various sizes that had been shattered back then would completely integrate, just like a broken mirror being reunited. It was precisely because of this that the void of the main plane of the untainted land, which was like the main mirror, would tremble so violently that it had never happened before. Not only was Xianxia shocked by this scene, but the blood-devouring lion and the two old monsters from the Human Federation, who were tens of billions of miles away in the void, were so frightened that they trembled violently. He had also never seen such a scene before, and they also realized what was about to happen. As for the experts of the small and medium-sized forces and races in the countless inhabited stars in this star field, they had fled in all directions in the void. They had either flown in various warships, battleships, or directly traversed the void with their physical bodies. However, at this moment, as the entire boundless void and the entire sky and earth trembled violently in all directions, they were suddenly at a loss. A look of utter despair appeared on his face as he stopped in midair. Even if they didn't stop, there was nothing they could do. Faced with the violent trembling of the entire sky and earth, they simply didn't know where the path of survival was. They simply didn't know where they should flee. Boom! Rumble! Right at this moment, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly rang out from the void to the right. Looking over, a massive rift suddenly opened up in the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Inside the crack, there seemed to be a world that was squeezing in. At first, nothing could be seen, but very soon, when the crack disappeared, the world in that direction suddenly became wider, and even the aura that spread out was different from before. This strange star field appeared, extending from hundreds of billions of kilometers away into the distance. There was no end to it even when the power of divine sense could detect it. Xianxia recognized the void that had fused with him with a single glance. This was the mysterious void where he and the headless infant corpse had entered after the netherworld furnace and finally rescued the void giant turtle. There were a large number of ancient stars in this mysterious void, as well as some rifts of different sizes. Now, these stars and rifts still existed, but the ancient creatures of the untainted land who were hibernating and healing their wounds were nowhere to be seen. Even some of the places where they had fallen and only their corpses were left are now empty. Rumble, boom! Without waiting for Yi Xian to fall into deep thought and figure out the whereabouts of the ancient creatures, a similar rumbling sound suddenly came from other directions, causing a cold light to flash in his eyes as he subconsciously turned around to look. This time, it was obvious that there was more than one area where the rumbling sounds came from. Moreover, there were some that were far away and some that were near. Even with Yi Xian's powerful half-step Heavenly Dao divine sense, he was unable to detect the furthest location. After all, he wasn't a true Heavenly Dao realm expert. To allow his divine sense to cover every nook and cranny of a world was a true Heavenly Dao realm expert's means. Yes, from the direction he could roughly deduce. In the direction of the Star Alliance, the second universe's plane should have fused in. In the direction of the Myriad Races Alliance, the first universe's plane should have fused in. It was the same for the Human Federation. The third universe's plane should have fused in as well. These three places had already formed a corner of the plane orbit with the current three main planes of the starry skies. Therefore, now that the Eldritch Era had descended, the current three main planes of the starry skies had merged with the void of the main plane of the Eldritch Era from the plane orbit of the starry skies. Except for this, among them, Yi Xian saw the Cage Star Domain, the root of all evil star domain, and some fragments of the void he had passed by before entering the Untainted Land's main plane's void. Clang. In the initial battle of the Untainted Land, the entire Untainted Land had been severely damaged, collapsing into countless fragments of various sizes. But now, he dared not say that all the fragments had returned, because it was very likely that some of them had fallen into the endless void turbulence. But, according to Yi Xian's inference, the primeval heavens I had found it. Furthermore, it had cast a mystic technique with astounding means. Now, it was fully pulling in the void fragments of various sizes. At least 80% of them had fused, rumble, rip, just as he was in a daze, sitting on top of the Archbeast's head and watching this grand scene that was rarely seen in all of eternity. A shocking explosion sounded from the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away. First, a bolt of lightning tore open a huge fissure in the void's walls. From the fissure, a gigantic eyeball the size of a star emerged. It was none other than the primeval heaven's eye. The moment it appeared, its gaze swept towards the Archbeast and Yi Xian, locking onto their auras. Next, and then, an extremely deep and emotionless murmur sounded from the void. A puny ant dares to scheme against a Heavenly Dao realm existence? Have you asked me? In my world, I rule. Chapter 5017. In the Empyrean Beast's Sea of Consciousness. 190% of the incense stick's time had passed. Yi Xian's electronic avatar remained in the core crystal that resembled a 1,000-foot-tall mountain in the middle of the Empyrean Beast's Sea of Consciousness. He was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Even if he knew, he would not have any reaction. This was because he was fully focused on refining the Empyrean Beast's core crystal. He had no time to spare. Rumble. Outside, the void of the primordial desolate world fragment was trembling violently. It was as though the real apocalypse had arrived. Although the Empyrean Beast's body was massive, it was still in the void. It was naturally unable to remain unaffected. Following. As the void trembled, the Empyrean Beast's massive body trembled as well. It was the same in its sea of consciousness. Yi Xian sensed the severity of the situation, but he did not dare consider anything else. What was most important was to completely refine the Empyrean Beast's core crystal as quickly as possible. Everything else could be compromised for this. Time passed and soon, about 30 seconds passed. At that moment, the core crystal in the middle of the Empyrean Beast's Sea of Consciousness suddenly emitted endless golden light. Furthermore, it emitted a deep and continuous buzzing sound. Golden the light spread out, enveloping the vast Empyrean Beast's sea of consciousness. At that moment, the silent Empyrean Beast's sea of consciousness seemed to come alive. A golden sea appeared out of nowhere, drowning the core crystal. It was no longer visible, leaving behind endless waves that roared incessantly. Whoosh! A gigantic wave surged over, and when it reached the highest point of the sea of consciousness, it suddenly paused. Yi Xian's figure walked out of it. He was dressed in golden robes and looked extraordinarily dignified. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was clearly that of a true heavenly Tao realm. I finally refined it. As he muttered, Yi Xian's electronic avatar stood proudly atop the gigantic wave in the sea of consciousness. A glint flashed in his eyes. From this moment forth, the Empyrean Beast is me. I am the Empyrean Beast, and I am also at the heavenly Tao realm. Outside, in the upper realm, in the universe's void. Hung after the desolate heaven Tao's azure, I rushed out of the void rift hundreds of billions of miles away. It did not immediately attack Yi Xian. He seemed to have to split his attention to maintain the void fragments of the primordial world that were now fully fusing. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted to see. Since his opponent had not made a move, he had been sitting on top of the Emperor Beast's head the whole time. His heart was finally at ease. That was because he knew that time was almost up. The electronic doppelganger would be able to refine the core crystal very soon, perhaps in the very next second. In less than 20 breaths of time, the violent tremors in this vast void eased, and the loud roars coming from all directions gradually stopped. Although Xian hadn't left the area, he was still the strongest expert beneath the heavenly Tao realm. Just the extension of his perception was enough to envelop half the world. Now, this world was different from before. Many strange star areas had appeared, and it was even more vast. This was the sign that the other large and small fragments of the untainted world had merged into this world. It wasn't that there was no life in these star areas. Some of the newly fused untainted world fragments had extremely rich life auras. Of course, these life auras varied in strength. In some of the newly fused untainted world fragments, there were very few life auras that could be sensed, giving off a lonely and desolate feeling. However, these auras were all extremely powerful without exception. There was no lack of mighty figures from the primordial era, and there were quite a few of them. There were even primordial supremes. If there were no surprises, the owners of these auras were most likely ancient primordial beings that had participated in the unprecedented battle of the primordial world countless years ago. Of course, they could not be from the Headless Infant Corpses faction. They were likely from the Primeval Heaven's Eyes faction. Now, with the primordial world that had completely collapsed and been destroyed countless years ago fusing once again and descending, the countless ancient beings that belonged to the Primeval Heaven's Eyes faction had also returned. They had returned to the primordial world that was like a mirror that had been broken. They would once again gather under the Primeval Heaven's Eyes command and fight for it. However, this time, it wasn't just to annihilate the Headless Infant Corpses faction. The Primeval Heaven's Eyes plan was definitely bigger. It had its eyes on the next primordial world that was about to fully open. This could be seen from the fact that it had colluded with Xing Bo and paid a huge price to send Xing Bo to the Milky Way star field where the mother planet was. At the same time, Yi Xian was also involved. Although he had nothing to do with the Great Desolate War from countless years ago, he couldn't remain indifferent in the face of the new era of primordial chaos that was about to begin. He could ignore the battle between the Headless Infant Corpses faction and the Primeval Heaven's Eyes faction. However, he had to fight for the supreme fate of the upcoming primordial world era with all his might. I am the master of my world. At this time, when the rumbling of thunder in all directions had completely stopped, this vast and boundless primordial world that had just finished fusing fell into complete silence. In the void hundreds of billions of miles away in front of them, the green eyes of the primordial heaven's path were incomparably deep, and his emotionless voice was heard once again. This time, it clearly revealed a wisp of incomparably cold coldness. Ant, leave the Emperor Beast and commit suicide. At this moment, the ferocious ape sitting cross-legged on top of the Emperor Beast's head suddenly raised its head and roared. Then its body, which was originally only about 3 meters tall, expanded rapidly like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached a size of 60 million miles, like a giant star. Its speed was too fast. At this moment, Yi Xian directly activated the bloodline ability of the 9-devil ape transformation in his body. As the roar came out, the power in his body also instantly surged. His aura was like the roaring of a raging river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, and there was even a terrifying energy of vital energy and blood that was majestic to the point of being shocking, gushing out from his body. Moreover, this incomparably huge body continued to transform. In just half a breath's time, the violent ape of stars had 3 heads and 6 arms. The true body of the devil ape appeared. The body of flesh, the body of bones, and the body of black fog merged into one body. Buzz, the eyes of the body of bones of the 3 true bodies of the devil ape suddenly burst out with an incomparably blazing purple-gold light, and a strange aura like a raging river suddenly burst out and spread out. In the next moment, the body of bones raised its left arm. The originally empty left palm suddenly shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. Although the body of flesh and blood and the body of black fog did not move, a cold light flashed in their eyes. Obviously, they each had their own methods, but they had not used them yet. At the same time, Yi Xian's incomparably cold voice came from the mouth of the violent ape. Primeval Heaven's Eye, so what? Do you dare fight? Chapter 50:18. So what if you are the primeval Heaven's Eye? Do you dare to fight me? As the true body of the devil ape appeared, the extremely cold voice of the Yi Xian came out of the mouth of the violent ape. At the same time, the eyes of the skeleton of the devil ape's 3 true bodies suddenly burst out with a blazing purple-gold light. This mysterious aura was like a raging river, spreading out in all directions. In the next instant, the skeleton raised its left arm. The empty palm of its left hand suddenly shone with golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. The shape of the bow was simple and ferocious. The middle part of the palm was a strange beast with 2 heads. The 2 heads were facing up and down, and in the mouths of the ferocious beast were the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. All of them opened their mouths wide in anger, as if they were roaring. A bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the 2 wide mouths of these 2 humanoid creatures at both ends. It was the most powerful divine ability of the desolate ancient Xianxia, the heaven-falling bow. Known many years ago, during the Primeval War, the primeval Xianxia, who was as powerful as the Void Tortoise and the Golden Divine Dragon, had shot a huge and irreparable hole in the primeval world with this supreme divine power. The power of that arrow was so powerful that even the heavenly eye, which represented the will of the heavenly way of the desolate ancient world, was almost shot down by that arrow. For example, today, after countless years of recovery and hibernation, the primeval heaven's eye had not only recovered its cultivation of the 8th stage of the heavenly way, but it might even have surpassed the cultivation level when it exploded in the battle of the desolate ancient world. For example, after countless years of arrangement, it had finally merged the fragments of the desolate ancient world that had been shattered by the battle of the desolate ancient world, allowing the desolate ancient world to fully descend. However, even he had never expected that at this moment, the moment when the desolate ancient world fully descended, he would actually see the heaven-falling bow again, which he was afraid of. Because during the battle of the desolate ancient Xianxia countless years ago, the desolate ancient Xianxia was only a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage. But now Yi Xian's combat strength was close to the true heavenly Dao realm. If he were to shoot this arrow now, the threat to the heavenly Dao's eye would not be weaker than back then. It was also because of Yi Xian's confidence that the heavenly Dao's eye was afraid. It's you! As Yi Xian's true devil ape form, the heavenly Dao's eye instantly recognized Yi Xian recognized him. In the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away, the heavenly Dao's heavenly eye narrowed, its pupils constricted, and a shocking murderous auras. It's anger. He was angry. Just by being angry, the entire untainted land trembled slightly. Countless creatures all knelt on the ground and shivered. It was originally the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial world. Previously, because of the collapse of the primordial world, its control over the heavenly way was not very obvious. Now, with the reappearance of the desolate ancient world and its full descent, the heavenly Dao's control of the world finally increased greatly. Although as the desolate ancient world had just fused, it had yet to fully stabilize. Therefore, its control had yet to reach its peak. But it wasn't a problem for him to cause the boundless world to tremble in a fit of rage. At that moment, the heavenly Dao's was indeed angry. A long time ago, Xianxia had entered the primordial chaos void and activated the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power, allowing his cultivation level to cross the heavenly Dao realm and reach the 3rd stage. Back then, it attracted the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. However, it was in existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It was just 1 stage short of reaching the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. From its point of view, Xianxia, who had suddenly appeared with the devil ape bloodline and cultivation level at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Dao realm, was clearly a potential threat. Therefore, it wanted to eliminate him. Danger at that critical moment, Xianxia, who knew that he was no match for the primeval heaven's eye, conjured the heavenly meteorite bow, exposing the secret of him controlling this supreme divine power. However, the heavenly Dao's did not care and continued preparing to attack. At that critical moment, the headless infant corpse awoke. The void gigantic tortoise descended and fought the heavenly Dao's. Finally, the headless infant corpse used its and the void gigantic tortoise's powers to successfully enter the Milky Way stellar domain where the mother planet was located. That battle was a great humiliation to the heavenly Dao's. As the embodiment of the primordial chaos world's will, it had actually been schemed against by its archenemy. It had personally sent the headless infant corpse into the Milky Way stellar domain, adding a variable to the situation there. It was unforgivable. Unfortunately, ever since then, it had lost track of the devil ape and could not find it anywhere. It never expected to encounter it here today. Even more so, it never expected that the target it was searching for had always been in the primordial chaos world's void. At that moment, after recognizing Xianxia, the heavenly Dao's instantly understood everything. It realized that Xianxia had only relied on some mystic technique to forcefully raise his cultivation level in the primordial chaos void. Here, due to the suppression of the heavenly Dao, its mystic technique was ineffective. So, you're not a true 3rd stage heavenly Dao, a mere half-step heavenly Dao ant, so what if you have the heaven falling bow? Once you shoot it, you'll instantly fall into a weakened state. As for me, I'll only be injured at most. I can easily crush you. This arrow, do you dare to shoot it? This was the truth. If Xianxia was alone here, he naturally would not dare to shoot this arrow. He would not even dare to use the heaven-falling bow because he knew that the other party was certain that he would not dare to shoot. As such, he would unknowingly fall into a passive state. But now, in addition to his original body, he still had an electronic doppelganger, which was the Emperor Beast. Ka-cha-cha, rumble, roar. As if it was a response, the green eyes of the great desolate heavenly Dao revealed a look of disdain and ridicule. Just as he finished speaking, the Emperor Beast that had been standing motionlessly beneath Xianxia's body, which was 500 million kilometers long, suddenly moved. The earth-shattering sound of mechanical grinding resounded. Its 4 gigantic mechanical arms, which were like pillars that supported the heavens, twisted with a thunderous roar. Bang! At the same time, the Emperor Beast's eyes that had been closed all this time opened. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Although it did not reach the terrifying aura of the primeval heaven's eye when it was enraged, the entire vast and boundless wilderness did indeed tremble slightly with this roar. This was to be expected. This was because the Emperor Beast was also a true heavenly Dao realm existence. Although the cultivation aura emanating from his body was far inferior to the primeval heaven's eye who was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm, it had reached the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. This was likely caused by the electronic doppelganger devouring DE and D air. Feeling after the Emperor Beast fully awakened, the powerful aura of the 2nd stage of the heavenly Dao realm emanated from its body. Standing on top of the Emperor Beast's head, the devil ape grinned. The voice of the divine perception sounded again. Then, what about now? Chapter 5019. In the base camp of the Magic Hall, in the forbidden land of the rising sun, after Xian left, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall followed his instructions and began to gather the army. They collected all the resources in the planets with life and carried them on their bodies or sent them into the battleships and battleships. The end of the Eldritch World had descended upon the world. As a large number of Eldritch World fragments squeezed into the void and began to integrate, the countless planets with life in the forbidden land of the rising sun had been emptied. No one stayed in the interior of the planets. Everyone was in the void. The 6 major legions of the Magic Hall had filled up the entire cosmic void of the forbidden land of the rising sun. As far as the eye could see, there were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, battleships, space beasts, and space beasts in the void as far as the eye could see. There was no end to it at all. Yi Shiwen was a little surprised. No one dared to disobey Xian's orders. With just one sentence from him, the countless planets with life in the forbidden land of the rising sun had been emptied. Countless subordinates had gathered here. However, although the Magic Hall had many subordinates now, they were all very disciplined. The endless military forces spread out in the void were also orderly. They were arranged according to the arrangement of the 6 major legions of the Magic Hall, each occupying a part of the void. In the Ferocious Beast Legion, there were about 100 million galactic beasts with different cultivation bases. They were formed by the galactic beasts that had originally lived in the void of the Eldritch World fragment. This included the Ferocious Beast Legion of the original galactic nomads and the galactic beasts in the forbidden land of the rising sun. At present, Commander Green Ox, Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Blackwind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and the others were standing in front of the Legion, quietly waiting for the next order. There were hundreds of billions of survivors in the Legion, and there were tens of billions of battleships of all kinds. The Legion was extremely large and occupied a very large part of the void. This Legion was formed by the survivors of Xianxia's tribe and the survivors of the forbidden land of the rising sun. Later, they joined the Survivors Alliance. However, they were in harmony. Currently, the Commander, the Black Robe Desolate Supremacy, the 9 Supremes, as well as Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the rest were also waiting in formation. The nomadic army had the most soldiers, with a total of more than 1 billion. The battleships were all large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There were a total of 50 million battleships. There were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as various great beings from the original Wanluo Federation. This army was actually the army of captives from before, but now that they had passed the final test, they were no longer captives. The entire nomadic army was made up of cultivators from the 3 main planes of space. The 3-clawed serpent dragon, Longshan Tang, and the other members of the council who were originally captives had calm expressions on their faces. This was because the complete relocation of the Magic Hall was no small matter, and no accidents were allowed to happen. The captive army occupied the most space in the void. The total number of soldiers in this army was more than 20 billion. There were all kinds of battleships and fortresses, as well as small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Although they were only made up of captives from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, almost half of the people from these 3 clans were here, which was why the lineup was so huge. Next, the few great beings from the 3 clans, as well as the Blood Dragon Ancestor and Green Rock Ancestor, were also waiting in front of the Legion. The 10,000 Evil Legion had the least number of powerful beings, with only about 100 million astral beasts. However, all of them were brave warriors who had experienced bloody battles. Their combat strength was definitely the strongest legion among the 5 great legions of the Magic Hall. Right now, the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle were standing in front of the legion. The former had the combat strength of a desolate venerable under the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline, while the latter was already an ancient great being. Of course, the old pig originally belonged to this camp, but right now he was in front of Yi Xian's cavern star, ready to give the order to move at any time. The last Heavenly River Legion included the Demon Tribe with the Battle Dragon Legion, Yixian's original Heavenly River Legion, the Victorious Legion, the Dark Turtle Tribe, and the Blood Mosquito Beast Tribe. Although they seemed like a mixed army, they were the most important to Yixian. Right now, the Commander Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Demon King Mo Wentian, the Demon Uncle, the Dark Turtle Tribe's leader Mingjiu, the Mad Mosquito King, Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-ranking members of small forces and families all entered the battleships. They felt the violent tremors in the void outside the battleships, and their expressions were extremely solemn. The old pig was the chief commander of the Magic Hall migration personally appointed by Yixian before he left. Right now, he was outside the atmosphere of Yixian's cavern star. Furthermore, right after this drastic change in the void, he received a message from Yixian to start the migration of the Magic Hall. After a short while, the tremors in the void finally stopped completely. In the void, all the powerful beings of the 6 great legions gathered their gazes on the old pig. Rumble, whoosh, almost at the same time, a low rumble of thunder came from Yixian's cavern star. The black magic hall, which looked like a small star, flew out from the interior of the star. The figures of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru could not be seen. They should have been in seclusion, but now, the 7 supreme beauties of the primordial age were standing at the peak of the Black Palace. Whoosh! As the demon palace soared into the sky and rushed out of the star, a ray of light shot out from another star in the distance. It directly landed behind the Black Palace and stood there steadily. It was the Demon Palace's inheritance tablet that Yixian had left behind. This giant tablet contained the mysteries of the 9 transformations technique and the heaven-falling bow. Naturally, it could not be left here. It was taken away and placed in the Magic Hall's new base in the primordial age for all the powerful beings of the Magic Hall to study day and night. The star vortex that entered the primordial age was in a remote corner of the forbidden land of the rising sun. It was concealed by Yixian with a secret technique. Even the old pig did not know where it was. But, before leaving, Yixian left its coordinates in the Black Palace. Once the Magic Hall appeared in the sky, it would be activated immediately and the Black Palace, which was as large as a small star, would go straight ahead. In the next moment, as the corpse ancestor Hanba of the 7 beauties activated the Magic Hall, a low buzzing sound came from within the Black Palace. The entire huge palace was like a special star fortress. It suddenly moved and headed towards the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun. Everyone listen up. The great migration of the Magic Hall begins. Woo! In the next moment, the old pig's divine sense voice came out. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, his body swayed and followed closely behind. Screech, rumble. Almost at the same time, the kinetic energy cabins of countless battleships, fortresses, and fortresses in the void opened at the same time. Countless battleships emitted dazzling light, and countless ferocious beasts roared and roared, shaking this part of the world slightly. The 6 legions were fully activated. Chapter 50-20. In the universe's void, where the archbeast previously wreaked havoc. Rumble, roar. Just as the desolate Heaven Dao's azure eye finished speaking, the archbeast, Pang Da's terrifying 250 million kilometer body, suddenly moved. At this moment, the earth-shattering sound of grinding machinery rang out. The autarch beast, which had been motionless all this time, began to move its 4 giant mechanical arms that were like pillars supporting the sky, creating a thunderous roar. First, its tightly shut eyes opened at that moment as it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its aura was so intense that a single roar was enough to cause the vast, desolate heaven and earth to tremble slightly. At that moment, the powerful aura emanating from the archbeast's body had reached the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. This was because Yixian's electronic avatar had devoured the powerful electronic consciousnesses of D and D air, allowing it to approach the true Heavenly Dao realm. First, their electronic consciousnesses that were infinitely close to the Heavenly Dao realm, and the archbeast's powerful mechanical treasured body that had already entered the Heavenly Dao realm. When the two were combined, It was only natural for it to reach the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. With the archbeast fully awakening, Yi Xian's heart, which was in his throat, finally calmed down completely. Standing still, standing on top of the archbeast's head, the demonic ape looked at the distant heavenly Tao's azure eye and grinned. Its voice sounded coldly, "Then, what about now?" A similar voice sounded from the beast's mouth. "Then, what about now?" This was clearly Yi Xian's voice as well. It was extremely clear and anyone could tell. At that moment, the void fell into silence. The archbeast and the demonic ape were one on top and one below. The latter was 250 million kilometers in size. Its eyes were sharp as they locked onto the primeval heaven's eye in the distant void. Its aura was intense and it looked like it could charge out at any moment. On top of the autarch beast's head, the three-headed and six-armed demonic ape stood there quietly. The three skeletons of the demonic ape raised their left arms, revealing the fallen sky bow. Their right hands were on the bowstring, ready to pull the bowstring and shoot an arrow at any time. Far away, the bloodthirsty battle lion and the two old monsters from the Human Federation gasped in shock. Their eyes widened as they thought they were hallucinating. Wasn't the autarch beast stupid? No, was it because of the head of the demon palace, Yi Xian, that one hit from the head of the demon palace? Why did he suddenly wake up? Furthermore, his cultivation had made a breakthrough, reaching the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. The voice that came out of his mouth was the voice of the Lord of the Fiend Emperor, Yi Xian. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the three old fellows felt a rumbling sound in their minds. After a few moments of confusion, they all gasped and cried out involuntarily, "I understand now." All of this was done by the head of the magic hall, Yi Xian. He originally had an electronic avatar. Like Devourer, he could also enter the autarch beast's body. If I'm not mistaken, the head of the magic hall, Yi Xian, should have sent his electronic avatar into the autarch beast's body. At the same time, his true body interfered from the outside, allowing the electronic avatar to devour Devaurer's electronic consciousnesses, strengthening himself and refining the autarch beast. SSS. What a shocking move. Devourer fought for so long, but in the end he benefited. Now, the magic hall has a second stage heavenly Tao realm autarch beast. In addition, Yi Xian's true body has the fallen sky bow, a divine power that even heavenly Tao realm existences fear. Now, the magic hall is definitely an invincible existence in this void fragment of the primordial world. No matter which faction it is, they are definitely no match for it. Even if all the ancestors of our Human Federation's three ancestral grounds were to awaken from their slumber, they would still be no match for it. In this world, the only existence that can suppress the head of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is the primeval heaven's eye. Following these exclamations, the faces of the blood-devouring war lion and the two old freaks from the Human Federation had already turned extremely gloomy. If it was said that they were still resentful and unhappy about Yi Xian's disregard, then everything was different now. Now, the head of the magic hall had a second-stage heavenly Tao realm autarch beast that had stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. In an instant, the gap between them had widened, and they were no longer able to fight back. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the three old freaks subconsciously exchanged glances across the endless void. They could all see the sadness and loneliness in each other's eyes. They were also primordial supremes and had once been on equal footing with the head of the magic hall, Yi Xian. They had even fought against each other. However, now, unknowingly, they had been thrown down a level by the head of the magic hall, Yi Xian. They had become existences that were completely incomparable to him. This feeling was really unpleasant and made them sigh. "Yi Xian, do you want to fight me to the death?" While the blood-devouring war lion and the two old freaks from the Human Federation were sighing inwardly, on the other side of the void, the pupils of the primeval heaven's eye, which was as large as a star, constricted. Its extremely deep voice sounded out. "I have to say that your scheme succeeded. You actually managed to devour the electronic consciousnesses of Devourer, finally obtaining the mechanical body of an autarch beast that has stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. But even so, you are still no match for me in a battle. This autarch beast is only at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm, but I am at the 8th stage of the same realm. What, do you have to fight me? It was the truth. Even if he did not say it, Xian knew very well that he was definitely no match for the primeval Heaven's Eye. Even if he joined forces with the autarch beast, there was no way he could defeat it. But he was confident because he knew that if the autarch beast charged forward recklessly, temporarily restraining the primeval Heaven's Eye, Xian's true body could take advantage of this opportunity to lock onto the autarch beast's body and shoot an arrow. With his current cultivation level and strength, although he could not kill the primeval Heaven's Eye, who was at the 8th stage, by using the heaven-falling bow at full strength, he could still severely injure it. The autarch beast had finally completed its arrangements, allowing the primeval apocalypse to descend upon the present world. It definitely had more important arrangements to make next. At this time, he could not bear the consequences of suddenly being severely injured. In comparison, letting Xian leave so easily was not an unacceptable outcome. Even if it was unacceptable, the primeval Heaven's Eye could only accept it because he had no better choice. At this point, Xian's heart calmed down. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the demon ape's fleshly body, and the voice of the divine perception was immediately transmitted. Just as you said, even if I join forces with the autarch beast, we are definitely no match for you. But once the battle begins, with the autarch beast restraining me, I can successfully lock onto your aura. Although you won't die with one arrow, you will definitely be severely injured. Can the present you bear such an outcome? Or should I say, are you willing to bear it? Chapter 50:21. Can the present you bear such an outcome? Or should I say, are you willing to bear it? Xian drew the heaven-falling bow with his left arm and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. A cold beam flashed in his eyes as he glared at the primeval Heaven's Eye hundreds of billions of kilometers away. His cold words had a hint of mockery to them. It was as though he was mocking it. Roar! With his final sentence, the archbeast let out a deep roar. It pushed its strength to its limits as it waited. It looked like it could teleport over at any moment to engage the heavenly Tao's eye. Upon seeing this scene, the heavenly Tao's eye shimmered as it fell silent. It was a supreme existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although it did not fear a 2nd stage the archbeast, if the archbeast went all out and disregarded everything, it was completely possible for it to hold it back for a few seconds. In those few seconds, Xian, who was wielding the heaven-falling bow, would be able to lock onto its aura completely. When the time came, the arrow might not kill it, but it was highly likely that it would be heavily injured. Even if it could avoid being heavily injured, it would not be able to avoid being lightly injured. It was weighing the pros and cons, considering if all of this was worth it. Finally, the heavenly Tao's eye seemed to make a decision. A look of indignation flashed in its gigantic eyes. Immediately following that, an extremely deep voice sounded. Xian, you are not my match. However, I can temporarily release the infant corpse, much less you. With your cultivation level that has yet to enter the heavenly Tao realm, it is not enough for me to pay the price to kill you. Today, what do you intend to do? It was clearly about to relent. It did not wish to be injured because of Xian, so it planned on temporarily releasing him. When the time was right in the future, it would kill him. That was enough. To Xian, as long as he could successfully leave this place today, his goal would be achieved. He had no plans on fighting the heavenly Tao's eye to the death. On the one hand, it was not worth it. Here, he was unable to possess the combat strength of the heavenly Tao realm, but it was different in the primordial chaos void. Today, all the members of the magic hall should have moved to the primordial chaos void. In this primordial chaos void, Xian no longer had anything to worry about. He could leave calmly. His only goal be to completely evacuate this place. But before that, there was one last thing that needed to be done. Thinking of this, Xian subconsciously turned around and looked in the direction of the third universe's plane. At the same time, his divine sense swept out. In the next moment, Xian's body trembled, and an unexpected expression of shock appeared on the violent ape's face. Before leaving this fused great desolate world, the 9 heavenly stars were the only things that Xian still remembered and had to take away. With his current cultivation and strength, he could even take away a single star with a wave of his hand. Xianbi. Of. Dang. Perhaps the current mother planet was countless years before Yi Xian was born, or it could be countless years after. Therefore, Yi Xian had to go to the mysterious mother planet that was still protected by the nomological powers of the primordial chaos void. But even if it was the 9 heavenly stars, he still couldn't bear to part with them. Since the Great Desolate World, which had been destroyed by the Great Desolate War countless years ago, had already merged back together, the Great Desolate World that should have ended, but had yet to truly end, had already arrived. He could no longer stay in the primordial chaos world because he would always be suppressed. He had to leave. Then, when he left, he had to take the 9 heaven star with him. Although the 9 heaven star was not the mother planet that gave birth to his life, Yi Xian had grown up in the 9 heaven star. That was his second home. What's more, there were too many old friends in the 9 heaven star. This planet was very special. After Yi Xian left the 9 heaven star, he immediately rushed to the Heavenly River Star to complete the certification of ownership of the 9 heaven star. However, he was still too weak at that time, and the 9 heaven star was located in the depths of an extremely remote star domain. There were no other signs of life there. In order to avoid bringing the powerful forces of the starry sky environment into the 9 heaven star and bringing calamity to the living beings on the planet, he had never returned before he had grown up. However, after Yi Xian had advanced to the immortal realm, he had the strength to protect the 9 heaven star. He had returned to the 9 heaven star once, but to his surprise, he found that this planet's own domain was very special. The atmosphere that enveloped the 9 heaven star seemed normal, no different from other planets. However, in reality, there was a layer of formless energy that was like a membrane in the entire atmosphere. It firmly protected the entire 9 heaven star. Not only was it too difficult for cultivators inside the planet to leave, but they also had to reach the height that Yi Xian had in the past. It was even more difficult for living beings outside the 9 heaven star to enter. At that time, Yi Xian had already advanced to the immortal realm, but he still couldn't force his way through the formless membrane in the 9 heaven star's atmosphere and enter the planet. Just from this point alone, one could see a thing or two. However, although this matter was strange, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. Instead, he was even more relieved. Because of the formless membrane's existence, the life force within the 9 heaven star was restrained, including the entire planet's aura. Although he couldn't enter at that time, at least he could confirm that all the living beings on the 9 heaven star, including his old friends, were all safe. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to wait until his cultivation had advanced to the level of Marquis Immortal, King, and Emperor before making a trip to the 9 heaven star. He wanted to see if he could forcefully break through the invisible barrier in the atmosphere of the 9 heaven star and enter the star with his current level of cultivation. However, after that, he had always been in the main void of this fragment of the universe. Even when he left, he went to the Hongmeng void and didn't return to the 3rd universe. In addition, he had never stopped working on the various matters at hand, so he didn't have the time at all. This matter was delayed until now, when he had already advanced to the supreme primordial level, but he still hadn't returned to the 9 heaven star. Only, he had never expected that even though the entire 3rd universe had merged into the untainted land, the 9th heavenly star was nowhere to be found in the remote star field where the 9th heavenly star had once resided. This result made his heart sink, but he didn't panic. After a glance, he retracted his gaze and divine sense, frowning and started to deduce. This situation was obviously very unusual. The only explanation was that the 9 heavens star didn't belong to the 3rd universe. It was from outside. Only in this way would the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao not affect the 9 heavenly stars when it used a secret technique to pull the 3rd universe's plane that had been scattered from the primordial world into the main void of the fragment of the primordial world. Chapter 5022. As he continued to deduce, Yi Xian gradually had a guess in his heart. 9. The unexpected disappearance of the heavenly star was obviously extremely unusual. The only explanation was that it didn't belong to the 3rd universe in the first place. To the 3rd universe, it was simply foreign. Only if that was the case, The primeval heavens I had used a secret technique to pull the third universe's plane that had been scattered from the collapse of the Eldritch world and merged into the main void of the Eldritch world fragment. Only then would the 9 heavenly stars not be affected and not be brought over at all. If that was the case, then where did the 9 heavenly stars come from? Where were they now? All of this was strange. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, he didn't have any results when he tried to deduce. He was completely relying on his own guesses. Logically speaking, a star, unless it was forcefully moved by some almighty, such as the current Yi Xian. Otherwise, no matter how intense the star's movement was, it was impossible to move from one universe's void to another universe's void. Of course, it was also possible that it wasn't done by some almighty existence, but by the influence of some kind of law that caused it to descend from another plane to the void of the third universe. For example, this was the case for the mysterious mother planet. It had disappeared due to the power of the laws of the primordial void when the primordial world had completely collapsed during the Great War countless years ago. Even more so, as for the entire Milky Way star field, including the mother planet, it had flown away. If the 9 heavenly stars was also in this situation, then its origin was too mysterious. Its background must be extraordinary. Even if it couldn't be compared to the mother planet in the Milky Way star field, it probably wasn't too far off. However, all of this was not important. With Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, as long as he found the 9 heavenly stars, he was 100% sure that he could forcefully break through the invisible barrier in the atmosphere of the 9 heavenly stars and enter the interior of the star. If at this point, no matter what the secrets of the 9 heavenly stars were, he should be able to find out clearly. At least, he would be able to get a general result. Yes, the third universe's plane had been pulled over by the primeval heaven's eye and integrated into the world of the end of the Eldritch world. Now, the 9 heavenly stars was like a lonely person that had fallen into the endless turbulence of the void. If he wanted to find it, he was afraid that it would be difficult. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Of course, even if he was temporarily unable to find it, Yi Xian would not give up. In the future, when his cultivation level entered the true heavenly Tao realm, he would definitely enter the dangerous void turbulence and personally bring back the 9 heaven stars. While now, they weren't heading to the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The entire Magic Hall army had already moved into the small vortex of stars that connected to the primordial chaos void. And that small vortex of stars had already been concealed once more, and it wouldn't be discovered for the time being. This was to prevent Heaven's Eye's Eye from leading an army to chase after it and catch up to the Magic Hall's army from behind. Therefore, if Yi Xian returned to the forbidden land of the rising sun, it would be bad news. It would be equivalent to showing the path to the primeval Heaven's Eye, which would immediately expose the existence of the small vortex of stars. He was about to enter the turbulent void space to try and find the 9 heavenly stars. Hence, the best solution now was to tear open the void space and enter the turbulent void space. He would go to the original location of the third universe to search. At that time, regardless of whether there were any results or not, he would be able to directly use the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability to return directly to the vicinity of the Source Nest's headquarters in the primordial chaos void. In other words, he was going to leave. And after leaving, this newly merged world would be unified under the deterrence of Heaven's Eye's Eye. None whether it was the current Human Race Federation, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Star Alliance, or other large and small forces, as well as the newly integrated 3 major starry sky main planes, as well as other forces and races in the fragmented void space, they would all be forced to submit to Heaven's Eye. All living beings in this desolate and apocalyptic world would be respected by him. However, Yi Xian didn't care about all of this, and he wasn't interested in paying attention to it at all. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately made his move. With an incomparably clear sound of ripping silk, a huge void crack appeared in the void in front of the Emperor Beast. This void crack led to the original location of the third universe's plane void space. Endless void turbulence seeped out from within, and the aura was cold and terrifying. Even Universe Supremes would most likely be turned into corpses in an instant if they weren't powerful beings or Desolation Supremes. Primeval Heaven's Eye was obviously very surprised by Yi Xian's actions. He didn't expect Yi Xian to actually want to leave. Moreover, he was going to directly tear open the void space and enter the endless turbulent void space. Given his and the Emperor Beast's current cultivation base and strength, it was basically not too dangerous to enter such turbulent void streams. Moreover, if they were prepared, the possibility of getting lost in the turbulent void streams did not even exist. They could follow the various traces that they had prepared beforehand and return to the sect. Even so, Heaven's Eye was still very confused. Previously, he had met Yi Xian in the Hongmeng void space, and they had even almost engaged in a great battle. Now that he had met him again, it meant that he had a secret way to enter the Hongmeng void space. In Heaven's Eye's opinion, Yi Xian should have chosen to enter the Hongmeng void space and not the turbulent void space. However, all this had no effect on him. Whether Yi Xian went to the Hongmeng void space or the turbulent void space, as long as he left the Hongmeng void space, it would be enough. Moreover, Heaven's Eye was also very certain that in the future, there would definitely be a chance to meet Yi Xian again. When that time came, it would use all its strength to vent today's anger. Boom, boom, boom. In the void space, there was an earth-shattering sound. The Emperor Beast's incomparably huge body took a step forward and stepped into the void crack in front of it. On top of the Emperor Beast's head was the demonic ape skeleton, which had shrunk to 100,000 feet in size. Its left arm was raised high, and the heaven-falling bow was not put away. Furthermore, its right arm was placed on the bowstring the entire time. This was to guard against the sudden sneak attack of the great desolate heavenly Tao's green eye. Yi Xian didn't trust this old fellow, and he didn't trust him at all. As long as he was still in the void of the Great Desolate Era, he had to be on full alert in case anything unexpected happened. By it was actually a terrifying existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Once he was ambushed by it, the consequences were obvious. Even the present Yi Xian might not be able to withstand it. No, the primeval Heaven's Eye did not seem to have any other plans. It stood in the void hundreds of billions of miles away, its eyes flickering from time to time. He quietly watched as the devil ape stood on top of the Emperor Beast's head. As the Emperor Beast stepped forward, step by step, it entered the void crack in front of it, gradually moving further and further away. Slowly, it disappeared into the endless turbulence of the void crack, never to be seen again. At this moment, to Yi Xian, everything in the Hongmeng void space was considered to have come to an end. However, to the countless living beings in the Hongmeng void space, everything had just begun. Chapter 5023. In the end of the chaos void, rumble. The figures of the Emperor Beast and the Demon Ape disappeared in the endless void turbulence and were no longer visible. This incomparably huge void crack was also rapidly mended under the influence of the nomological power of the end of the chaos void. Such as, today, this was no longer the main fragment void of the chaos world, but an almost complete chaos world that seemed to have been reunited. At least 80% of the countless large and small fragments of the void that had collapsed due to the unprecedented battle had been found by the Heavenly Tao Green Eye and arranged for countless years. Now, it had used a secret technique to pull them back and fuse them together again. This was equivalent to the reappearance of the chaos world of the past, but it could no longer be compared to the chaos world of the past. No, the chaos world of the past was full of vitality and endless vitality. However, presently, this so-called primeval world that had once again fused together after breaking through had long since entered the end of this primeval era. Moreover, it was bound to be completely annihilated when the next primeval era officially began. It was like a boundless void of turbulence, exiled from here on. All of this no longer had anything to do with Yi Xian. He'd already left the void at the end of the Great Desolate Era, and if there were no other unforeseen events, he wouldn't return. In the future, the battle for the destiny of the next primordial era would also unfold in the primordial era. However, for the countless creatures living in the void of the end of the untainted land, this was just the beginning. When this incomparably huge void crack slowly mended, the blood-devouring lion and the two human race desolate supremacies from the Human Race Federation were still at the end of the void in the distance and had not left. He with their own eyes, they witnessed the arrival of the green eye of heavenly Tao, the revival of the autarch beast, and the merging of the other fragments of the primitive world, which quickly repaired the main fragment of the primitive world, and turned it into a primitive world with a completely different aura, which was even more majestic and ancient. Similarly, they had also seen Xian and the Emperor Beast working together to force the primeval heaven's eye to leave out of fear. In the end, they could only watch as Xian and the Emperor Beast calmly left. Everything one after another was extremely shocking. Even though the three of them were supreme beings of the primordial era, their minds were still buzzing. They were caught off guard and couldn't process what just happened. In this star area, the countless experts of the small and medium-sized forces, no matter how far they had fled, were no exception. They all prostrated themselves in the void, their bodies trembling as if doomsday had arrived. Now, with the large and small pieces of the chaos fragment that had been shattered in that incomparable battle countless years ago, almost all of the void had been pulled over. The chaos world of the past was like a broken mirror being reunited. Under the fusion of countless void fragments, it appeared once again. The missing power of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land in the main fragment of the untainted land had long been made up for to the extreme. It could be said that the degree of control that the green eye of the heavenly Tao of the untainted land had now reached that of the untainted land's end of the untainted land, which had just been fused with the green eye of the untainted land. Even though it had not reached the level of the untainted land's golden age, it was definitely not far away. Wrong. With the large and small pieces of the chaos world fusing together, the chaos world of the end of the chaos world was now infinitely vast, thousands of times larger than before. Even so, as the embodiment of the will of the world of the chaos world, the eye of the heavenly way could still control every inch of the void with great precision. For example, today, it reigned supreme in the chaos world of the end of the chaos world. Even though it was just standing there quietly without deliberately spreading its aura, all living creatures in the endless void of the end of the chaos world could clearly feel its endless pressure. In the void, even the blood-devouring lion, the two desolate elders of the human clan from the Human Clan Federation, were trembling slightly and kneeling down in the void. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Their faces were pale and uneasy. While, in other parts of the void, whether it was the Human Race Federation, the Star Alliance, or the Alliance of 10,000 Races, all the starry sky experts, regardless of their level of cultivation, trembled and fell to their knees under the terrifying pressure of the heavenly way emanating from the green eye of the heavenly way. No one was spared from this. I am the chaos world. All of you are my people. With a flash of light, the eye of the heavenly way's deep voice suddenly rang out. The voice wasn't very loud, but it enveloped the entire vast and endless void of the end of the chaos world of the end of the chaos world. Heavens! Even an existence hiding in the deepest corner of a star's core could hear it clearly. Moreover, the voice sounded as if it was right next to their ears. Psst, psst, psst. The meaning of this was clearly that the entire endless void was under the control of the eye of the heavenly way. No matter where, everything big or small, could be seen clearly. The chaos world has reappeared, and I have fully descended. From this moment on, the chaos world is united. Countless living creatures worship me. If there are any objections, they will be obliterated. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Halfway through, the eye of the heavenly way shot out 3 rays of green light. They seemed inconspicuous, only the size of a thumb, but they were all filled with an extremely strong energy aura. The 3 rays of green light were extremely fast. When they appeared, they were still in the void hundreds of billions of miles away, but almost in the next moment, they had already arrived in front of them. Before the 3 of them could react, they directly drilled into the glabella of the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 desolate elders from the Human Clan Federation. Rumble. The next moment, as the light rays, which were as small as fireflies, entered the glabella of the 3 of them, an incomparably deep rumbling sound of thunder immediately came from their bodies. Accompanied by this sound of thunder, the cultivation aura of the 3 of them was also rapidly rising. Short in about 3 or 4 breaths, they had directly broken through 2 levels of cultivation. First, previously, the two desolate elders from the Human Clan Federation were only at the 7th stage of the Supreme Primordial Realm. But now, after breaking through 2 small levels, they had stepped into the 9th stage of the Supreme Primordial Realm in a few breaths of time, becoming supreme existences at the half-step Heavenly Tao Realm. Until as for the blood-devouring War Lion, under the bloodline divine ability of the Berserk Lion 9 transformations, its cultivation had also soared from the 5th stage of the Desolate Elder to the 7th stage of the Desolate Elder. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a few breaths of time. In just a few breaths of time, their cultivation had increased by 2 levels. Such a thing was like a dream. The 3 old fellows trembled violently and were stunned on the spot. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were slightly agape. It was as if they had just been struck by lightning. This is my power. How could my desolate world only have 3 primordial sovereigns? At this moment, the voice of the Eye of the Heavenly Ways sounded again. Pass down my order. Awaken all the mighty figures and desolate elders of all races and factions. Come and meet me. Chapter 5024. The Primordial Void. This was a remote area after entering the forbidden land of rising sun from the hidden vortex of stars. It was still extremely far from the right bank of the Milky Way. Similarly, it was not close to the Source Nest headquarters. After entering this place, Old Pig Spirit immediately had a sense of direction. He could vaguely sense the location of the Source Nest headquarters. After all, he had stayed there for quite some time. Moreover, under the Demonic Pig's 9 transformations bloodline divine ability state, Old Pig Spirit already possessed the cultivation of a half-step Heavenly Tao Desolate Supremacy. This time, the entire 6 armies of the Magic Hall had migrated. The vast forbidden land of Rising Sun was empty, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. Just based on this point, one could imagine how huge the lineup in this remote corner of the primordial void was. As far as the eye could see, the 6 armies quietly spread out in the dark void. The figures of various battleships, and ferocious beasts were endless, and they extended to the end of one's line of sight. At the front of this foreign army that had just entered the primordial void, a black palace quietly stood. Shockingly, it was the symbol of the Magic Hall. This black palace itself was a primordial treasure that was personally refined by Yi Xian. At this moment, it was in its complete form. It was like a small star in the shape of a palace, floating in the void, and emitting a thick and simple aura. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were still in seclusion, so only Corpse Ancestor, Hitorigami, and the other 3 beautiful cultivators were in charge of the Black Palace. Now, the 7 girls were standing on the platform outside the palace, looking into the dark primordial void in front of them, and their faces revealed contemplative expressions. Oh. At this moment, 2 boar howls suddenly sounded. Old Pig Spirit and Primordial Porcupine rushed over from a huge star fortress. These 2 fellows had activated the bloodline divine ability of the Demonic Pig's 9 transformations, so Primordial Porcupine also had the cultivation of a desolate supremacy. Immediately after, figures rushed out from the other star fortresses and battleships around them. These figures were all the higher-ups of the Magic Hall. For example, the black-robed desolate supremacy from the Native Alliance was also following behind these 2 fellows. All 3 of them had the combat strength of a desolate supremacy. They were standing in the void closest to the Black Magic Hall. Behind the 3 of them were the higher-ups of the Magic Hall who were below the desolate supremacy realm. Among them, the strongest were the mighty figures of the primordial era. Although there were not many of them, there were still quite a few of them. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, more and more figures rushed out from the void and gathered in the void behind the Black Magic Hall. Without exception, all the higher-ups of the Magic Hall had arrived. Old behind the Pig Spirit and the other 2 were the 9 powerful figures of the remote antiquity from the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan, as well as the 3 powerful figures of the Alliance of Remnants. Behind them were the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and Elders Sang Ji. Bao including Green Cow, Yu Linglong, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the titled Emperors of the Blood Dragon Clan, Green Rock Ancestor, and the Battle Lion Clan. Finally, there were more than 200 titled emperors in the captive army formed by the captives of the Blood Dragon Clan, Green Rock Clan, and the Battle Lion Clan. Of course, the higher-ups of the 10,000 Evil Legion led by Immemorial Turtle were also gathered here. Among them, the weaker ones were still the commanders of the Heavenly River Legion. For example, Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wention, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xinyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small sects and clans. In a short period of time, the upper echelons of the 6 great armies all rushed out of their respective flagships. There were a total of over 1,000 figures, and they all gathered in the void behind the Black Palace. At this moment, other than the 7 gorgeous cultivators who had already been to the primordial void, the old pig demon, and the others, the rest of the upper echelons of the Devil Hall were all looking around with curious expressions on their faces as they sized up everything in the void. Unfortunately, even though the powerful figures of the remote antiquity era could extend their divine senses to the extreme, they still couldn't find anything. This void was like an endless darkness. There wasn't even a single abandoned star in the void, let alone a star with life. Compared to the main void of the fragment of the untainted land where they were before, this was simply a wasteland. There were countless powerful figures of the magic hall of the 6 legions in the void, but except for the 7 gorgeous cultivators and the pig spirit, almost none of them had been to the Hongmeng void before. Although they hadn't been there before, they had at least heard about it. They knew that the Hongmeng void was at a higher level than the untainted land world countless years ago. In fact, legend had it that the untainted land world countless years ago was just a world created by one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born in the Hongmeng void after the start of the Hongmeng era. Only, just based on this point, the Hongmeng void was already high enough in everyone's hearts. Only, yes, they had been looking forward to it for so long, but now that they had really entered the Hongmeng void, all they saw was a dark wasteland. They couldn't even find the existence of a single abandoned star at the end of their divine senses. This situation was completely different from what they had expected. The difference was simply indescribable. If not for the fact that they trusted Yi Xian and the pig spirit, they would have suspected that they had come to the wrong place. But even then, they were still slightly stunned, and they stared blankly as they sized up the surrounding space. Every single one of them had a dumbstruck expression on their faces, and they even suspected that they were hallucinating. What's with your expressions? Don't tell me that you think that I've come to the wrong place? Awoo! The pig spirit looked around at everyone. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately understood why they were behaving like this. He was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He raised his head and roared violently. The voice of his divine sense sounded again. This is only the most remote place in the Hongmeng void. The passage to the rising sun forbidden land is in this location, which is the most ideal. However, although the overall environment of the Hongmeng void is basically the same, and 1 or 2 abandoned stars can occasionally be seen very far away in the void, this place is still extraordinary. Have you heard of the nesting stars that give birth to the chaos demon gods? At the beginning of this Hongmeng era, 3,000 chaos demon gods were born in the Hongmeng void. One of them created the untainted land later. Now, this Hongmeng era is about to end, and a new Hongmeng era is coming. Therefore, in this endless Hongmeng void, there are 3,000 nesting stars that give birth to the chaos demon gods at the beginning of the new era. This time, we will go straight to the right bank of the Milky Way, and we will see 2 of them on the way. At this point, the pig spirit seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He patted his head and immediately corrected himself. Wrong, it's not 3,000. There are only 2,999 of them at most. Because one of them has been hollowed out by the leader, it has become the base camp of our magic hall in this Hongmeng void. Chapter 5025. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the upper echelons of the magic hall changed drastically. They gasped and exclaimed, "What? Our magic hall's base in the primordial chaos void is actually a source nest star? Isn't this too extravagant? In the endless years of the primordial chaos epoch, only 3,000 Chaos Fiend Celestials were born in the primordial chaos void. Our magic hall snatched one just like that? That's not right. The Source Nest Star gave birth to a Chaos Fiend Celestial. Such an important place naturally wouldn't allow crooks to mix in with the honest folk. Since that Source Nest Star has become our magic hall's base, then what happened to the Chaos Fiend Celestial that was born in it? Is there even a need to ask? Of course it was finished off by Boss. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Without a word, he finished off a Chaos Fiend Celestial born in the primordial chaos void. See? Finished off? That's a Chaos Fiend Celestial born in the primordial chaos void. Isn't Boss too valiant? Everything is possible in the primordial chaos void. Although this saying is a legend, it doesn't seem to be unreasonable from this matter. That's right, everything is possible in the primordial chaos void. As the exclamations and exclamations of the upper echelons of the magic hall sounded, Pig Spirit revealed a smug look. He paused for a moment before sweeping his gaze across everyone. Only then did his expression turn serious. He continued, previously, in the primordial chaos void fragment, Boss's cultivation had been suppressed because the primordial chaos heavenly Tao laws didn't allow it. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao in such an environment, even with Boss's monstrous talent, he couldn't forcefully break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. However, in this primordial chaos void, although there is the suppression of the primordial chaos void, the level of the primordial chaos void is far higher than that of the primordial chaos world. Heavenly Tao realm experts are the strongest existences in the primordial chaos world, but here, that's far from the case. Therefore, as long as you have the ability and talent, you can attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao realm at any time here once your cultivation level reaches a certain level. Although the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation will still descend, you will absolutely not encounter the domineering suppression of the primordial chaos laws. Aside from that, don't be fooled by the fact that this void is barren. In fact, there is a great opportunity. At this point, a look of fascination appeared on Pig Spirit's face. He raised his hand and pointed to the void at the end of his line of sight. He continued, "Look here. In the extreme distance in this direction, there is a brilliant galaxy. It is called the Milky Way. There is a mysterious mother planet in the Milky Way. It is said that the untainted land world was born from this mother planet. Countless years ago, that great battle shattered the entire great desolate world. This mysterious mother planet, along with the entire Milky Way, flew away together with it. That is because the primordial chaos laws took action and brought the Milky Way here. Now, the Milky Way is like all the other nests. It is protected by an invisible barrier and cannot be entered. This invisible barrier is condensed from the nether nomological forces of the primordial chaos void. It's so powerful that even a true heavenly Tao realm existence would not be able to forcibly blast it open and enter. It is said that when the new primordial chaos era is about to arrive and the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial chaos void are about to be born, this invisible barrier that covers and protects the Milky Way star field will be opened conditionally. As long as the conditions are met, the experts in the starry sky will be able to enter and compete with the indigenous creatures in the Milky Way for the new primordial chaos era. After this battle for providence is over, the Milky Way star field will be fully opened. At that time, the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in the primordial chaos void will also be born. That represents the beginning of the new primordial chaos era. Because of this, on both sides of the Milky Way far in the distance, countless powerful forces have gathered over the countless years. They are all waiting for the two opening of the Milky Way void. These powerful forces are different from the forces in the primordial chaos master fragment void. You all came from the primordial chaos master fragment void, so you naturally understand the classification of the forces there. In general, with the starry sky forbidden lands as an example, they are divided into two categories. The first category, Marquis, Emperor, and Emperor, respectively, rule small, medium, large and top-tier starry sky forbidden lands. The second category, Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supremes, Primordial Beings, primordial beings, and primordial supreme beings, respectively, rule 5 different types of forbidden lands, which are the initial, intermediate, advanced, top-tier, and top-tier forbidden lands. In other words, the starry sky forbidden lands ruled by emperors are top-tier forbidden lands. It is the same for the remnant star field, but this is only the first category of power level. And the so-called forbidden areas are the areas where the 5 great undying level warriors are in charge of. Supreme level forbidden lands are just a general term. Supreme level forbidden lands are also split into 5 levels. After all, there are 5 major realms before the heavenly Tao realm. The power that each major realm represents is greatly different from each other. The top-tier forbidden lands ruled by universe knights are the initial top-tier forbidden lands. The top-tier forbidden lands ruled by universe masters are the intermediate top-tier forbidden lands. The top-tier forbidden lands ruled by universe supremes. And the top-tier forbidden lands ruled by primordial beings are the top-tier forbidden lands. As for the primordial supreme beings, other than the top-tier forbidden lands, the others are not enough to match them. In the main void of the primordial world fragment outside, although there are supreme forbidden areas of the second category, they are basically early stage, intermediate stage, and advanced stage supreme forbidden areas. There are top-tier forbidden lands ruled by primordial beings and top-tier forbidden lands ruled by primordial supreme beings, but there are not many of them, and here, at the end of the void on both sides of the Milky Way, both the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant star field are top-tier forbidden lands and star fields ruled by primordial supreme beings. It is even said that there are top-tier forbidden lands and star fields, in which there are true heavenly path realm beings and even stronger beings. However, they are usually in hibernation, and it is not easy for them to wake up and show themselves. What they are waiting for is the conditional opening of the invisible barrier that protects the entire Milky Way, so that their descendants can enter and fight for the new primordial chaos era. And our magic hall has the same goal. The new primordial chaos era is about to begin, and we have no choice but to move forward and fight for the new primordial chaos era. Only then can we continue to survive after the new primordial chaos era begins. According to the leader, it is not time for the source nest to be exposed, so we have to fight for a place to stay after entering the primordial chaos era. Saying this, Old Pig turned and looked at the end of the void. He stood up and waved his right hoof. Target the right bank of the Milky Way. Forward. Howl. Chapter 5026. It's not time for the Source Nest's headquarters to be exposed yet. Therefore, we can only fight for a place to stay after entering the primordial chaos void. Turning to the end of the void in front of him, Old Pig Spirit stood up halfway and waved his right hoof. Target the right bank of the Milky Way. Forward. Awoo. After saying the last sentence, he was filled with excitement. He raised his head and let out a shocking howl. It was very likely that there were true Heavenly Tao realm existences or even existences stronger than Heavenly Tao realm existences in the right bank of the Milky Way at the end of the void ahead. However, existences of that level had long been sleeping in their respective void lairs for countless years. Unless the Milky Way star field was fully opened or a conditional opening, they would not wake up at all. Old Pig Spirit was originally a native of this primordial chaos void. He was very familiar with the right bank of the Milky Way. Under normal circumstances, among the supreme powers of the right bank of the Milky Way, at most, there were some primordial era almighties and primordial era supremes. Even a peak desolate supremacy at the peak of the 9th stage, which was a half-step Heavenly Tao realm, was rare. The only reason why existences of this level had been dormant on the right bank of the Milky Way for countless years was the Milky Way star field. They were only interested in this matter. As for other worldly disputes, even if they knew or sensed it, they would be too lazy to care. It was better to continue their seclusion, accumulate and improve their strength, and prepare for the future opening of the Milky Way star field. It was precisely because of this that when Yixian was here, he was able to sweep through the entire area with the identity of the demonic ape. He caused half of the people on the right bank of the Milky Way to be in a state of panic. Even more so, as for later, when the void giant turtle came to this void and learned that Yixian could refine a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, It had once wreaked havoc on the entire right bank of the Milky Way in order to collect the blood essence of the Desolate Supremes. Countless Desolate Supremes in the Supreme Powers were uneasy and fled into the void. At that time, in the huge right bank of the Milky Way, not a single Desolate Supremacy could be found. The strongest experts in the Supreme Powers were only Primordial Era Almighties. This old pig spirit was in this primordial chaos void, so he was very clear about this. Although he had left for a period of time, but now he had returned once again. Furthermore, his cultivation level had reached the perfected Desolate Supremacy level under the Fiend Pig 9 Transformation's Bloodline Divine Power state, which was equivalent to the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. Son of in the past, when Yi Xian wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way with the identity of the Cosmic Berserk Ape, his cultivation was not as strong as his. Even when the Void Gigantic Tortoise wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way, he was only at the peak Desolate Supremacy level of 9th tier perfection. With this return, the old pig spirit could be said to be very confident. The Void Tortoise must still be hibernating on the right bank of the Milky Way. He was one of them, so there was no need to consider. Apart from the Void Tortoise, there was not a single Supreme of the Ancients among the countless Supreme forces on the right bank of the Milky Way. Given his current powerful cultivation base, he would be able to sweep through all the forces on the right bank. This was a forbidden zone that provided shelter for the 6 great Magic Hall legions, so there was no pressure at all. In fact, there was no need for too much planning and arrangement. From his point of view, he could just lead his army and charge over. If he had set his sights on a certain area, he could just attack and take it by force. Rumble, rumble, screech. With that order, all kinds of battleships, fortresses, battleships, and ferocious beasts from the 6 legions of the demonic hall that were spread far and wide in the void charged forward at the same time. At this moment, the battleships rumbled, the battleships dazzled, and the ferocious beasts roared. The 6 great Magic Hall legions were like a huge wave in the void, surging forward and pushing forward. However, whether it was the old pig spirit or the Black Palace led by the 7 gorgeous cultivators, they did not lead the way at the front this time. Instead, they retreated to the rear of the 6 great legions and followed behind. This was because at this moment, the 6 great Magic Hall legions were advancing toward the right bank of the Milky Way. After reaching there would be a suitable supreme force on the right bank that would become the target of the Magic Hall legions. In other words, the Magic Hall legions were now rushing to the battlefield. Since on the battlefield, there was naturally no reason for the commanders to charge and break through the enemy lines. According to convention, they should be at the back of the army and give out orders. As for the 6 great legions at the front, the black-robed desolate sovereign from the Alliance of the Remnants was the commander-in-chief at the front. In addition, there were also commanders within the 6 great legions, giving out orders one by one. This battle was extremely important to the Magic Hall because this was the first battle that the Magic Hall legions would engage in after entering the primordial chaos void. If they won this battle, they would be able to occupy a star domain owned by a supreme force as their base of operations. Naturally, they would be able to spread the name of the Magic Hall in this battle and win respect in the entire Milky Way. However, if they lost, the situation would be completely different. At that time, the reputation of the Magic Hall would be tarnished and they would be looked down upon the moment they arrived. The impact of this battle would be immeasurable in the future. Therefore, to the Magic Hall legions, this battle could only be won and not lost. Old Pig was clearly aware of this point, but he didn't feel any pressure at all. Currently, there wasn't a single supreme primordial in the Milky Way's right bank. With him in charge of the Magic Hall legions, even if they wanted to lose, it would be difficult. The formation of the Magic Hall legions was simply too large. Each of the 6 great legions had a majestic military strength. Now, they were spread out in the void, extending to the ends of one's vision. With such a large formation, although their speed wasn't slow, there was a limit to how fast they could move. Therefore, even though the entire army didn't stop for a single moment and had locked onto a single direction and sped through the void at full speed, it still took them more than a month to finally reach the Milky Way's right bank, 200 billion kilometers in front of them, in the originally pitch-black primordial chaos void, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Originally, it was just a thin line, but very quickly, as the 6 great legions of the Magic Hall continued to advance, this line of light also gradually expanded. When the army was only 150 billion kilometers away from the Milky Way's right bank, what entered their line of sight was an incomparably dazzling Milky Way. The Milky Way was so vast that it extended to the ends of one's vision. At this moment, the Magic Hall legions were advancing towards the left third node of the Milky Way's right bank. At this node, there was an extremely powerful forbidden area. In the past, there were 2 supreme primordial beings guarding this area. Later on, one of them was killed by the Void Tortoise, while the other escaped. Back then, when the old pig spirit followed Yi Xian into the primordial chaos void and went to the primordial chaos void, the ones guarding the demon antelope forbidden area were only a few supreme beings from the primordial era. Now, the old pig spirit didn't even put them in his eyes. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. What surprised him was that as the Magic Hall legions approached the demon antelope forbidden area 150 billion kilometers in front of them, a few shocking roars suddenly sounded from the demon antelope forbidden area. From their auras, it was clear that they were all old monster Huang Zun. Chapter 5027. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. As the Magic Hall's army approached, several roars came from the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land 150 billion li away. From the aura, it was clear that they were all desolate ancestor old monsters. Then, more than a dozen figures rushed out from the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. The dozen or so figures were all ferocious space beasts. The 4 leading figures emitted an incomparably valiant cultivation aura. Shockingly, they had all stepped into the desolate realm. However, they were only early or mid-stage desolate ancestor old monsters, and the strongest was only a 4th-order desolate ancestor. Behind the 4 desolate ancestor old monsters, there were more than a dozen figures, and they were all desolate ancestor experts. More than a dozen space beasts with cultivation bases above the level of grand cultivators had different bloodlines, especially the dozen desolate era grand cultivators behind them. They were all of different shapes and sizes, but there were no 2 with the same bloodline. Clearly, they were the leaders of the Demon Antelope Forbidden Land. As for the 4 desolate ancestor old monsters at the front, 3 of them were devil antelopes, and they were thousands of li long. Their bodies were pitch black, and they had a pair of ferocious blood horns. The other desolate ancestor old monster was a ferocious bird. Its head was like a cat, and its body was like an owl. It was very appropriate to call it an owl. This owl should be an outsider, and its strength was in the middle of the 4 desolate ancestor old monsters. It was neither too strong nor too weak, and it was only a step away from the peak of the early desolate ancestor realm. At this time, as they rushed out of the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land, the dozen or so desolate ancestor experts and old monsters unleashed their full strength, and they rushed over. After all, there were more than a dozen desolate ancestor experts and old monsters coming together, and one could imagine how majestic their aura was. While, at this time, in the Black Palace behind the Magic Hall's army, the 7 beauties did not appear, and their auras did not spread out. Bowled Pig Spirit Qua also entered a star fortress behind the army, and his aura was also hidden. Therefore, the dozen or so powerful supreme beings and Huang Zun activated the power in their bodies. Their cultivation auras gathered together, instantly forming an incomparably powerful pressure that swept out invisibly, enveloping the 6 armies of the Devil Hall with a bang. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Caught off guard, the expressions of countless experts in the 6 great armies changed. The army of the Devil Halls that was originally galloping forward also came to a sudden stop in midair. Invert, it wasn't cowardice, it was a conditioned reflex. After all, the pressure of the 4 primordial sovereigns and more than 10 wilderness almighties was too terrifying. In the entire army, other than the black-robed desolate supremacy, the strongest were only a dozen mighty figures from the primordial era. In the face of such a terrifying suppressive aura that swept over and enveloped them, such a reaction was expected. At this moment, the higher-ups of the 6 major legions in the Magic Hall were all dumbfounded. First, before they left, Old Pig Spirit had said in public that under normal circumstances, The most powerful forces on the right bank of the Milky Way were led by some powerful figures of the remote antiquity era and supreme masters of the remote antiquity. Even more so, even a desolate supremacy at the peak of the great perfection ninth stage, which was half a step into the heavenly way, was rarely seen. The only reason why such a level of existence had been dormant on the right bank of the Milky Way for countless years was because of the Milky Way star field. He was only interested in this matter. As for the other worldly disputes, even if they knew or sensed it, they would be too lazy to care. No, if he continued to cultivate in seclusion, he would accumulate and improve his strength in preparation for the opening of the Milky Way star field in the future. Moreover, when the master of the magic hall, Xianxia, had not yet reached the desolate supremacy realm, he had already swept through all directions with the identity of the demon ape, stirring up half of the people on the right bank of the Milky Way star field. Because thus, he won an illustrious reputation. Again later, when the void giant tortoise came to this part of the void, it had also wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way with its own strength. Countless desolate supremacy old monsters from the powerful forces were in a panic and fled into the void. Since after that, not a single desolate elder could be found on the vast right bank of the Milky Way. The strongest experts in each of the strongest forces were only powerful figures from the primordial era. There was nothing to be afraid of. For example, the desolate elder. Only a month had passed, and these words were still ringing in their ears. Even the entire Magic Hall army had not reached the right bank of the Milky Way star field. There was still a distance of 150 billion miles in front of them. However, just in the forbidden area in front of the army, there were already 4 powerful desolate supremacy old monsters rushing out. In the other forbidden areas on the left and right, the situation would not be much worse. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the higher-ups of the 6 great armies all subconsciously turned to look at the void behind them. Their expressions were strange, and their eyes revealed a trace of deep resentment that could not be dispersed. This dead pig is too unreliable. In the future, even if we cut off the beginning and end of his words, we would at most believe half of it. Roar! Screech! Roar! At this moment, there was another earth-shattering roar and howl in front of them. Glancing over, the dozen or so desolate era powerhouses and old monster Huang Zun who had rushed out from the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land were closing in quickly. Their figures came to an abrupt halt as they stood in the dark void 50 billion miles away. Then, more than a dozen huge and powerful beasts, with their pairs of fierce eyes, swept around the Magic Hall army spread out in the void. One after a few rounds, their divine sense voice suddenly rang out, enveloping this part of the void. Which force does this army belong to? You don't look familiar. Not just unfamiliar. It's simply strange, a mix of dragons and snakes. When did the survivors actually mix with the beasts? And I can't see the difference between them, they seem to be equal existences. Which desolate supremacy forbidden area on the right bank of the Milky Way star field has joined forces with the remnant star field? What is the purpose of gathering an army to approach my demon antelope forbidden area? Approach? This word doesn't seem to be appropriate, right? This is clearly just a ragtag army with such a large force, but there are only a dozen or so desolate supremacies and 1 desolate supremacies, and the only desolate supremacies is actually only a second-order desolate supremacies. With such strength, what right do they have to force my demon antelope forbidden area? Rather than saying that they came from the forbidden area, in my opinion, it is better to say that they are here to die. Although the combat strength of this ragtag army is not very good, they are clearly exuding an extremely rich energy aura from those strange-looking battleships of the remnants that we have never seen before. They should contain a huge amount of cultivation resources. So, if they are not here to deliver food to our demonic antelope forbidden land, what else can they be? To deliver food? This Supreme Lord is quite satisfied with it. No matter what their purpose is, since they are here, there is no need to leave today. Everyone, whether it is the desolate ancient survivors or the star beasts, including those strange-looking battleships, stay, roar. Roar. As soon as the voice fell, the roar suddenly sounded again, and the dozen or so powerful beasts behind the four desolate supremacies roared and rushed out at the same time. Chapter 50:28. No matter what their purpose is, since they are here, there is no need for them to leave today. Everyone, be it the primordial era survivors or the star beasts, including those strange-looking survivors, stay here, roar, roar. As the voice of the four desolate Zune old monsters fell, the dozens of powerful beasts behind them raised their heads and roared. With a flash of their bodies, they rushed out at the same time. Needless to say, such an action was too arrogant. The army of the magic hall that was 50 billion miles in front of them was spread out endlessly in the void, and there was almost no end in sight. And among the 6 armies, there were at least a dozen powerful primordial era beings and a second-stage desolate supremacy. This group of old guys from the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land only sent out a dozen powerful primordial era beings to suppress the entire army of the Magic Hall and bring them back to the Devil Antelope's base camp. It was simply a blatant disregard, and it was infuriating. Behind the army, whether it was the old pig spirit or the 7 beautiful cultivators in the Black Palace, none of them made a sound. They did not even release their auras. Instead, they deliberately restrained themselves to avoid scaring away the 4 desolate Zune old monsters in the void in front of them. There were only a dozen powerful primordial era beings, so there was no need for them to make a move. Even the black-robed desolate supremacy did not need to make a move, and it was the same for the powerful primordial era beings in the 6 armies of the Magic Hall. If the 6 armies of the Magic Hall could not even deal with a dozen powerful primordial era beings, what practical significance would there be for such a majestic army that stretched as far as the eye could see? It could be said that whether it was the old pig spirit or the 7 beautiful cultivators in the Black Palace, they were all prepared to see how the 6 armies would perform in this battle. 5 The distance of 10 billion miles sounded very far, but for the powerful primordial era beings, it was nothing. They could reach it in a short while if they ran at full speed. At this time, the dozen powerful primordial era beasts in the void in front of them rumbled. In a short time, they had already left behind a distance of 10 billion miles in the void behind them, and they were closing in very quickly. Boom! Boom! It was also at this time that the army of the Magic Hall that spread out in the void reacted immediately. An army of 100,000 300,000-meter-wide blood-red war drums rushed out of the Sky River army. The massive horns of the war drums were moving rapidly, aiming at the more than 10 desolate Zune old freaks in front of them from a long distance away in the vast space. Countdown to volley. 3, 2. Bombard. Before anyone could react, the current Devil Emperor, Mo Wen-Tian, had already roared out the order in anger. Inside the 100,000 huge spiritual battleships, over 1,000 beehive-shaped nodes lit up at the same time while energy was being transmitted through the dense connecting pipes. Inside the over 1,000 beehive-shaped battleships, each of which had a diameter of 3,000 m, were a great number of demon warriors. Each beehive-shaped node would be guarded by a grand priest of demon race or a high-level member of the royal family who was good at spiritual power. In this way, every 3,000 meters wide honeycomb-shaped battleship had tens of thousands of demonic cultivators. Under the command of the high priest or the imperial demon clan powerhouse in the node warship, they would fully activate the demon core in their brain and exert their spiritual power and gather all their spiritual power together in an instant. The spiritual power would turn into a powerful invisible pulse, connecting the huge special material tube-shaped objects to the nodes, and converging toward the smallest inner circle of the horn. After everything was completed, all the spiritual power pulses gathered from these thousands of nodes would be blasted out in one fell swoop by the joint forces of the 9 royal demon powerhouses who were sitting in the 9-node beehives in the smallest inner circle of the horn. This was definitely a great killing weapon. No, the moment the spiritual power storm rushed out, it would be magnified by the 9 layers of the horn, forming a terrifying and invisible starry sky-level spiritual hurricane. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against the invisible bombardment of the enemy's battleships. There was no way to escape, because the vast void in front of the army was a vast and boundless fan, which belonged to the attack area. Although the demon army had only mobilized 100,000 spiritual battle towers this time, each one of them was capable of killing a large number of demons. Boom! The spiritual hurricane was invisible and couldn't be resisted at all. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses, and strongholds were useless. At this moment, under the command of the current Devil Emperor, Tion, the 100,000 spiritual battle towers in the void finally let out an earth-shaking roar. The terrifying sound wave was deafening, and an invisible tide like the sea of the starry sky leaked out from the core node. It followed the outer 9 rings of the spiritual battleships and continued to expand. After that, it was as if the mountains and seas were overturned, and a terrifying invisible force raged toward the front. Crack, boom, rumble. There was suspense. In the void in front, a large number of clear tearing sounds like rain instantly sounded, covering the sky and the earth, and its momentum was astonishing. In the line, the void tens of billions of miles away was being torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence shot out. This kind of power, if it was the previous spiritual battleships, would definitely not be able to achieve. At least the effective attack range would definitely not reach the level of hundreds of millions of miles. All along, the demon race had been fully displaying the spiritual battleships. Just from the appearance, these 100,000 spiritual battleships were very different from before. Although they couldn't be compared with the spiritual battleships personally modified by Yi Xian, compared to the large strongholds with a diameter of 100,000 meters, they were on a completely different level, and their power was absolutely terrifying. It was only a single volley, but the universe void tens of billions of miles away crumbled inch by inch. In some of the larger void rifts, a large amount of void turbulence even formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. Following these void whirlpools suddenly appeared, and a terrifying invisible suction force spread out in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed a few powerful ferocious beast-old monsters, causing them to fall into the void turbulence and be exiled, completely disappearing. However, this was the primordial void after all. As soon as the cracks appeared, they were quickly repaired under the influence of the primordial law. The speed was so fast that it was shocking, but those few powerful primordial old monsters were completely swallowed in this short period of time. Obviously, they couldn't come back. There were a total of 12 primordial old monsters that arrogantly shot over from the opposite void. Now, the demon race's war battleships instantly killed half of them in one shot. The remaining 6 primordial old monsters were all stained with blood and suffered heavy injuries. Obviously, they were no longer able to fight. Seeing this scene, the 4 desolate old monsters standing in the void 50 billion miles away were dumbfounded on the spot. They were stunned and muttered to themselves, "Hiss! How could this be? Just now, what happened?" Chapter 5029. Hiss! How could this be? Just now, what happened? With just one blow, the 12 remote antiquity-era experts were instantly killed by the demon battle army. Even the remaining 6 remote antiquity-era experts were all stained with blood and suffered serious injuries. It was obvious that they no longer had the strength to fight. Surface-facing this strange scene, the 4 desolate elders standing in the void 50 billion miles away were dumbfounded. One of them even muttered to himself in shock, as if he was sleep-talking. Then, the 4 of them trembled violently at the same time. Their expressions changed slightly as they gasped and roared in shock. "Damn it, this is not the battleship of the remnants. I have never heard of this type of battleship of the remnants. Its power is too strong. It is clearly a battle for slaughter. This is a great killing machine. Outsiders, they must be outsiders. They should be from an unknown plane of the void. Because of different cultivation civilizations, such strange things were born. Unfortunately, although this thing is extraordinary, in the face of absolute strength, everything is just a trick. No matter how large the formation of this outsider army is, it can't withstand the attack of 4 remote antiquity-era experts. There's no need to say more, let's take action immediately. My devil antelope forbidden land is not to be trifled with, they will have to pay the price. However, these strange battleships seem to have some research value, there's no need to destroy them. Let's kill the desolate venerable in this army to vent our anger, and bring the rest back to the forbidden land. Roar! Ruthless, rumble. Then, the 4 desolate elders all raised their heads and roared wildly. The power in their bodies was pushed to the limit. Their aura surged as they charged toward the Magic Hall army 50 billion miles away. Although the Magic Hall army only had one black-robed desolate elder, whose cultivation was only second-order desolate elder, to ensure that they could kill him, the 4 of them had to work together. Desolate elders were difficult to kill as they basically had life-saving trump cards. Although the cultivation of the 4 of them was stronger than the black-robed desolate elder, it was still quite limited and did not have an overwhelming advantage. Such as if only 1 or 2 desolate elders were dispatched, it was impossible to ensure the outcome of the battle. It was very likely that the black-robed desolate elder would escape. Such an outcome was definitely not what they wanted to see. Therefore, the 4 of them working together was expected. This scene was within the black-robed desolate elder's expectations, but he was not afraid. Not to mention the 7 beautiful cultivators. In a star fortress behind the Magic Hall army, there was still a peak 9th order Great Perfection desolate elder who was a true half-step Heavenly Tao realm elder. Although the pig spirit was somewhat unreliable, his half-step Heavenly Tao realm cultivation level was nothing to scoff at. Of course, even a half-step Heavenly Tao realm expert could not fight 1 against 4, killing all 4 desolate supremacy old freaks at the early and middle stages of the desolate supremacy realm. In fact, if the other party was careful and prepared, if the old pig spirit did not have any special means, he might not be able to completely kill one of them, even though he could completely crush them in a head-on battle. Supreme Primordial was too difficult to kill. Each of them had their own trump cards. As an old monster himself, Huang Zun knew this better than anyone else. From the black-robed desolate supremacy's point of view, the reason why the old pig spirit had yet to reveal himself, to the point where he did not even emit a bit of his aura, was to wait for an opportunity to strike. He was looking for an opportunity to kill the 4 desolate supremacies in one strike. Height wasn't the Demon Palace's master, Yixian, who possessed the divine Nong 9-colored flames that were so powerful that it made people tremble in fear. Facing the old monster Huang Zun, who was at the same cultivation level as him, if he wanted to kill him, he could only use this kind of sneak attack. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Didn't the powerful Void Tortoise do the same when it hunted down Desolate Zun in the most powerful Forbidden Lands and star regions on the right bank of the Milky Way? He had always been hiding in other unknown voids, waiting to capture the aura of a certain old monster Huang Zun. After secretly locking onto him, he would suddenly take action. Know if that was the case, even if it was an existence at the level of the Void Giant Tortoise, if it were to chase after a desolate supremacy old monster face-to-face, an initial stage desolate supremacy old monster might be exhausted to death. However, as long as it was a middle stage desolate supremacy, no matter how badly it was tortured, there was basically no possibility of it being completely killed. However, even if old pig spirit made a move, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill all 4 desolate venerable old monsters in front of him. However, if he seized the right opportunity, it was still possible for him to kill 1 or 2 of them when they were caught off guard. However, the black-robed desolate supremacy had to cooperate in this matter. He was an existence that had lived for a long time. Although he did not communicate with the old pig spirit using his divine sense, he could vaguely guess his plan. Yes, therefore, at this moment, when he saw the 4 desolate venerable old monsters roaring in anger and charging at him at the same time, a dim light flashed in the eyes of the black-robed desolate venerable. He waved his hand and summoned an ancient bronze bell to hang above his head. It poured out a light curtain to protect his body. Then, with a flip of his right hand, a short spear appeared in his right hand. Then, with a shake of his shoulder, he directly blasted forward. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already rushed out of the Magic Hall army and arrived at the universe void billions of miles away. This was also to prevent the 6 legions of the Magic Hall from being caught in the crossfire in the following battle. After all, this was a battle between desolate venerable old monsters. No matter how powerful the 6 legions were, they were only at the ordinary level of power. Once the violent energy of the desolate venerable old monster raged out, The various battleships, starships and star fortresses of the 6 legions could not withstand it at all. Seeing this scene, the 4 desolate Zune old monsters who were shooting over from the opposite side were taken aback, then they burst out laughing at the same time. They didn't stop moving, but a look of disdain appeared on their faces as they laughed out loud. "Huh, did you see that? This black-robed friend actually rushed out of the army alone, and he even summoned a bronze bell hanging above his head and held a short spear in his hand. This is clearly the rhythm of a head-on battle with us. He really doesn't know what death is." "Sigh, you can't say that. Maybe he hid his cultivation and looked like a stage 2 desolate venerable, but in fact he is a stage 9 perfection half-step heavenly Tao. Who knows? So what if he is a stage 9 perfection half-step heavenly Tao? We will still beat him until he pisses his pants." Pa. Those words were too ear-piercing, especially the last sentence. It directly provoked the old pig spirit. Once he thought of how the 4 initial and middle stage desolate venerables dared to ridicule a peak desolate venerables at the 9th rank peak desolate venerables in front of so many people, they simply did not put him in their eyes at all. The old pig spirit's heart immediately surged with endless fury. With some hesitation, he immediately concealed the cultivation aura in his body and maintained it at the stage 3 desolate venerable realm. Then, with a flash of his body, he directly rushed out. Standing on the ground, he slammed his front hooves and roared angrily, "Hey, this old pig is here, who dares to be presumptuous?" Chapter 50-30. Hey, this old pig is here. Who dares to be presumptuous? Roar. The 4 desolate supremacy old monsters, who were only at the beginning and middle stage, actually dared to ridicule a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th rank perfection stage in front of everyone. They did not put him in their eyes at all. The old pig spirit's heart was instantly filled with boundless anger. With some hesitation, he immediately concealed the aura in his body and maintained it at the 3rd rank desolate venerable realm. Then, with a flash of his body, he directly rushed out of the star fortress. Out now, in the void of the universe outside the star fortress, a person was walking with a pair of front hooves. He was furious and let out a loud roar. Needless to say, he had been concealing his aura all along. At this moment, he suddenly rushed out from a star fortress behind the Magic Hall army. A pair of iron hooves suddenly slammed, creating a loud sound. Caught off guard, the 4 desolate venerable old monsters of the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land were shocked. Almost subconsciously, the 4 desolate venerable old monsters turned their gazes at the old pig spirit. Especially when they sensed the aura of his aura, they were immediately enraged. "Damn black-skinned pig, why are you howling? Your loud voice almost scared this old man. You're just a 3rd rank desolate venerable, yet you dare to do this. The one who is truly presumptuous is you. Do you dare to come over and accept your death? You really don't know what's good for you. A 3rd rank desolate venerable actually dares to take advantage of your seniority. You really haven't seen the world. As expected of someone who came from an unknown void plane. Poor and remote, you really don't know anything. Come over and accept your death. Your Grandpa Ling will slap you to death with 1 hoof." Roar. Ruthless. The 4 desolate venerable old monsters deliberately provoked the old pig spirit with their words to prevent him from taking the opportunity to escape. They originally thought that this mysterious army of outsiders only had 1 desolate supremacy old monster, but from the looks of it, there was clearly an oversight. The remnant elder that had rushed out previously should only be the 2nd in command. After all, he was only a rank 2 desolate supremacy, so he was in charge of leading this huge army in the open, trekking through the void. Until the number 1 figure in the army was obviously this 3rd order desolate venerable old pig spirit. This point could be proven when he rushed out from a particularly large and strange battleship behind the army. Generally speaking, the highest commander of such a large starry sky army would sit at the very back. Because of this, although they were a little surprised by the appearance of the old pig spirit, they were also certain that there were only 2 Huang Zun old monsters in this mysterious army of outsiders. Matter in fact, their guess was basically correct, because the 7 great alluring cultivators would not show themselves easily. With the old pig spirit around, there was no need for them to show themselves. while if the old pig spirit couldn't handle it, then there was no point for them to show up. Therefore, it was actually not much of a mistake to think that there were only 2 desolate elders guarding the army of the Devil Palace. It was just that they had never expected that this seemingly unremarkable black-skinned old pig's cultivation and strength would actually far surpass their imaginations. Of course, the distance between them was still so far, so it was impossible for the old pig spirit to expose his real aura at this moment. If he did that, the 4 old guys would be so scared that they would turn around and flee. It would be impossible for him to kill 1 or 2 of them at that time. Roar! How dare you talk back to this pig? If you have the ability, don't run away. This old pig will stomp you all into meat paste. The pig spirit was not stupid. He naturally saw through the opponent's plan, but he did not restrain himself because of this. Instead, he said what was in his heart, so that the opponent's vigilance would be lowered to the lowest. After a roar, the old pig spirit's shoulders shook, and his entire body turned into a ray of light and shot forward. The strength of the 3rd Order Huang Zun hidden in his body was pushed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the 6 great armies of the Magic Hall and arrived at the void in front of the army. He did not stop, and his speed did not decrease in the slightest as he continued to rush forward. After a while, he was only less than 10 billion miles away from the 4 desolate venerables of the demonic antelope Forbidden Land. At this moment, the old pig spirit and the black-robed Huang Zun quickly exchanged glances. With just a glance, they reached a consensus in an instant. Without any hesitation, the brass bell hanging above the head of the black-robed desolate venerable suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. In an instant, it bloomed with an incomparably blazing golden light. Its speed was too fast, like a waterfall across the sky, directly locking onto Owl, who was 10 billion miles away. The owl's cultivation was the same as his, which was only a 2nd Order Huang Zun. It was normal for the black-robed Huang Zun to choose him as the target, and it would not arouse suspicion. In fact, the reason why he did so was to restrain the owl, so as to prevent him from escaping immediately after realizing that something was wrong. This owl was different from the other 3 demon antelopes. He was a ferocious bird that was generally good at speed. If no one restrained him, once he escaped, it would be very difficult to catch up with him. Xiao. At this moment, the brass bell hanging above his head emitted a curtain of light that swept over and enveloped the owl's body. The black-robed Huang Zun's eyes flashed with a cold light. His right hand clenched the short spear in his palm, and his entire body turned into a beam of light that shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of them. It began to fight with the owls in the air. This was the old monster Huang Zun's life and death battle. The aura was fierce and the scene was shocking. The chi in the void within a radius of 10 billion miles was in chaos. The battlefield was shrouded in chaotic and violent energy. Soon, it was difficult to see the black-robed Huang Zun and the owl's figures. At this moment, the other 3 demon antelopes did not pay much attention to it. In fact, they had the same plan in mind. The old pig spirit's cultivation was not bad, and had already reached the 3rd Order Huang Zun. To kill an existence of this level, the 3 of them had to join forces and surround him. Then, they would have to secretly cooperate in order to have a chance. This obviously required a certain amount of time. If during the battle, the black-robed Huang Zun saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to track him down. But now, with the owl restraining him, the 3 of them could relax and use all their strength to encircle and annihilate the black-skinned old pig. As long as they could successfully kill the black-skinned old pig, they could then turn around and surround the black-robed Huang Zun. The final result was obvious. The other party would not be able to hold on for long. In a short period of time, he would be completely annihilated. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 3 demon antelopes with desolate venerable cultivation base quickly exchanged glances. Coincidentally, the old pig spirit was already within 10 billion miles. Without hesitation, they immediately surrounded him and proudly roared, "Roar! Screech! Roar! Old black pig, you really aren't afraid of death. You actually dare to fight 1 against 3. Could it be that you rely on your thick skin to withstand a beating? Kikik, or maybe it's because I'm itching for a beating." This is also possible. Chapter 5031. Screech. Roar, 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 old black pig, you're really not afraid of death. You actually dare to fight 1 against 3. Could it be that you're relying on your thick skin to withstand a beating? Kakik, or maybe he's itching for a beating and is looking for a beating. This is also possible. As the old black pig's figure shot over, the 3 desolate venerable devil antelopes quickly exchanged glances. Without hesitation, they immediately surrounded the old black pig's figure and proudly roared, taunting him, "Roar! You're about to die, but you still dare to taunt me. You're the ones who are truly courting death." He was now within 10 billion miles of Jihao, and the 3 old men were standing in 3 directions, surrounding him. The distance between them was only 2 to 3 billion miles. With such a short distance, they could arrive in front of him in an instant and suddenly attack. As such, the old black pig's heart, which had been in his throat all this time, finally settled down. After raising his head and roaring angrily, the voice of the old black pig's consciousness suddenly rang out. "Remember, today's battle is the flag-raising battle of the Magic Hall. Those who kill you are the Pig Tyrant." Tyrant was the name Yi Xian had brought the old black pig from the primordial void to the main void of the Eldritch World fragment. After letting the old black pig know that Yi Xian had established the Magic Hall and had become the master of the Magic Hall, the old black pig had insisted on a domineering name. As such, Yi Xian had casually given him a title. Pig Tyrant was the name of the tyrant of pigs. Yi Xian at that time, Xian had only said it as a joke and was even mocking the old black pig. Unexpectedly, the old black pig liked it very much. From then on, he called himself the Pig Tyrant of the Magic Hall. At that time, there was a reason why he had announced his official name before attacking and explained that this battle was the flag-raising battle of the Magic Hall in this primordial void. Here at this time, the army that was charging towards the Magic Hall was only the 4 desolate supremacies and a dozen desolate-era experts from the Devil Antelope Forbidden Land. But in reality, there were other desolate-era experts and desolate supremacies spying on them from the void hundreds of billions of li away. Obviously, they were the higher-ups of the 2 forbidden lands adjacent to the demonic Antelope Forbidden Land. Because the demonic Antelope Forbidden Land already had nearly 20 desolate antiquity experts and old monster desolate sovereigns, in order to avoid suspicion, they stayed in the distance and did not approach. Old the pig spirit's roar could be heard clearly even from hundreds of billions of kilometers away. After this battle, the famous general of the Magic Hall would appear out of nowhere. It was as if he had officially raised his flag in the chaos void. Similarly, his name as the Pig Tyrant of the Magic Hall would also become famous on the right bank of the Milky Way because of this battle. After all, he was a peak desolate supremacy at the 9th stage perfection realm, a supreme existence that was half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. Thinking about how he would be shunned when he went out in the future, and how even desolate supremacies would have to treat him with respect, the pig spirit was inexplicably excited. Roar. Screech. How did he grow such guts? How dare he be so arrogant at such a time? There's no need to say anything else, just kill him. When we return, we'll peel off his black pig skin and lay it on the ground outside the cave abode. The 3 devil antelopes were finally enraged by the pig spirit's arrogance. They roared in unison and immediately attacked together. Their bodies transformed into beams of light as they charged towards the pig spirit. The pig spirit's cultivation level was not weak either. He was already a rank 3 desolate supremacy. If they wanted to kill him, the best way was to surround him and use their full strength to activate the power in their bodies. They would use their strongest techniques to kill him. They were afraid that this joint attack would not be able to kill him on the spot. At the very least, they would severely injure him. As long as they could injure him severely, they could basically guarantee his death. In a heavily injured state, the stage 3 desolate supremacy was caught off guard and it was difficult for it to immediately use its secret technique to escape. Even if it was delayed for a short period of time, it was enough for them to attack a second time and kill it with an iron-blooded bombardment. Phew! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of the air being torn apart was extremely sharp. The 3 devil antelopes shot over from 3 different directions at the same time. They were tens of millions of miles long and were completely black. Their auras were extremely cold and they had all pushed their strength to the limit. However, Old Monster Desolate Supremacy only wanted to kill him in one strike. His speed was extremely fast. They were originally 2 to 3 billion miles away from the pig spirit. Now, in less than half a breath, they were already within 1 billion miles. 3 initial and middle stage Desolate Supremacies dare to attack the Magic Hall's pig tyrant. Your bravery is rather commendable. At this moment, the old pig spirit no longer hesitated. He raised his head and let out a furious roar. At the same time, his figure disappeared from the center of the encirclement in an instant. In less than an instant, when the old pig spirit's figure reappeared, he was already behind one of the devil antelopes. And, moreover, before teleporting, his body was only about 10 million miles long. Like the 3 devil antelopes, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Desolate Supremacy. But now, with just a single teleportation, everything had completely changed. It was over. After teleporting, the old pig spirit's body had reached a size of 40 million miles. The cultivation aura emitted from his body had reached the peak of his own demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline ability, which was the peak of the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy. Rumble, bam! With a moment of hesitation, the old pig spirit's figure silently appeared behind him. His pair of large black pig hooves immediately reached out from the void. In the next moment, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder sounded. A pair of large black hooves smashed down fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had already landed on the head of the devil antelope. The result was obviously not suspenseful. With a huge explosion, the devil antelope's entire body exploded on the spot. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. Whoosh! As its body exploded and turned into a blood mist, the old pig spirit waved his hand immediately. An incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. All the blood mist that had just spread out was swept up by him and absorbed into his body. In the end, after the battle, when he saw Yi Xian, he would hand it over to him and let him refine the blood essence of the Desolate Supremacy. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in half a breath's time. For the other 2 devil antelopes, they only saw a blur in front of their eyes before they lost sight of their target. Then, before they could react to what had happened, a behemoth suddenly appeared behind one of their colleagues in the opposite void. It was an enlarged version of the black-skinned pig just now. Even more, the terrifying thing was that the aura emitted from his body had actually reached the peak of the 9th level of the Desolate Supremacy. This was clearly a terrifying half-step heavenly path. Everything was like a dream, but it was as real as this place. They were clearly fooled. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 surviving devil antelopes trembled violently. Their expressions changed wildly, and they subconsciously exclaimed in horror.